Tonight, my sleepy friends, we step beyond written history into a time when daily life followed rhythms older than words themselves. Before cities, calendars or records, people lived by memory and routine, passing knowledge quietly from one generation to the next. If you enjoy these slow journeys into the distant past, you can like the video, subscribe and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights. Let a fan or soft background noise fill your room, and let's begin. You wake before the sun, though you've never called it that. There's no word for sun separate from sky or light or warmth. The thing that brightens the world is simply part of how the world works, like your breath or the sound of wind through grass. Your eyes open because the darkness has shifted to that particular grey that comes before dawn. A change you've recognised since childhood without ever needing to name it. The shelter around you is woven from branches and hide, and it smells like smoke and people and the particular mustiness of dried grass that's been rained on and dried again countless times. Your sister sleeps nearby, her breathing steady. 3 other members of your band, you don't think of them as a family because that word with its neat boundaries doesn't exist yet, are also stirring. One of them coughs. That wet sound that means the cold season is settling into lungs. You recognise it without alarm. It happens every year when the leaves turn colours and fall away. You don't know what year it is, of course. You don't even know what a year is, not really. You understand that the warm times come and go, that certain plants appear and disappear, and that animals move in patterns you've learned to anticipate. But the idea of counting these cycles, of saying this is the 19th time the snow has come since I was born, that particular kind of thinking hasn't occurred to anyone yet. You are, by the reckoning of a future you'll never see, approximately 24 years old. But you have no idea how old you are, and the concept would baffle you if someone could travel back and explain it. What you do know is that your body tells you things. You're not a child anymore. That much is obvious from the way you move, from the strength in your arms, and from the fact that you remember the old woman who died 3 cold seasons ago. And she remembered things from before you were born. This creates a loose sense of time. There's when I was small and now, and the understanding that you will eventually become slow and wrinkled like the old woman was. Beyond that, time is just the way things flow, like water moving downstream. You stand up, and your knees make that small clicking sound they've been making lately. Outside the shelter, the world is emerging from darkness. The landscape is familiar. You've known these hills and that distant line of trees for your entire existence. Your band doesn't wander randomly. You move through a territory that your people have moved through for longer than anyone can remember, following patterns set by ancestors whose names were never recorded, because names themselves are simpler than they'll one day become. There's a particular irony to your mourning that you'll never appreciate. You're living in what future humans will call prehistory. A label that frames your entire existence as merely the opening act before the real story begins. But standing here, feeling the cold air on your skin and smelling the approach of rain, you are not before history. You're simply alive, and your life feels as immediate and important as any life that will ever be lived. Your stomach makes its familiar morning complaint, and you respond the way you always do, by thinking about food. But thinking about food in your era means something different than it will for your descendants. You don't wonder what you're in the mood for or debate between options. You think about where food is, which direction to walk, and what might be ready to eat. The tall grass by the water should have seeds now. Yesterday you noticed the birds were thick there, which means the seeds are ripe. There are also roots near the rocky area, the kind that are bitter unless you pound them and rinse them, but they fill your belly when you can't find anything else. And if you're lucky, though you don't think of it as luck, more as how things sometimes work out, someone might spot an animal that can be brought down. You gather a carrying bag woven from plant fibres, one of the few possessions you own. The bag took 4 days to make, and you'll use it until it falls apart, then make another one. The concept of having multiple bags or of keeping the old one as a backup doesn't occur to you. Things exist until they don't, and then you make new things. 3 others come with you toward the grassland. You don't announce a plan or assign roles. Everyone simply knows, through years of doing this same activity, what needs to happen. You move quietly, Not because you're hunting right now, but because moving quietly is how you've always moved. Making unnecessary noise is like wasting food. It serves no purpose and might cost you something. The walk takes you past a tree you've always liked, though you've never articulated why. It's just a tree that feels right, that marks the point where the path curves. In this moment, you're navigating through a landscape of feelings and associations rather than names and measurements. That boulder isn't 300 yards from camp. It's the boulder where someone once saw a snake. The boulder that marks where the good clay is. The boulder that just is. You reach the grassland and yes, the seeds are ready. Everyone spreads out and begins gathering, pulling the seed heads into their bags with practiced efficiency. This is tedious work, the kind that will occupy you for most of the morning. Your hands move automatically while your mind drifts, but not far. You stay aware of everything, the wind direction, the sounds of birds, and the movement of grass that might indicate an animal passing through. Here's something you do that your distant descendants will forget how to do. You monitor about a dozen different sensory inputs simultaneously without getting overwhelmed. The modern human brain will evolve to filter out most environmental information as background noise, but yours treats it all as potentially crucial. That faint smell on the wind might mean weather changing. That particular bird call might mean a predator. The fact that the insects suddenly went quiet might mean something is approaching. You gather seeds, and gather seeds, and gather more seeds. There's a meditative quality to it, though meditation as a concept doesn't exist. You're just doing the thing that keeps you alive, the same way your heartbeat keeps you alive. The sun climbs higher, your bag grows heavier. At some point, measured not by clock but by the fullness of your bag and the position of the sun and the increasing warmth of the day, you stop. A young boy has been watching you work and now he tries to copy what you're doing. He's perhaps 8 years old, though neither of you would know that. He's simply a child who's getting big enough to help but still needs to learn. You don't give him instructions, not exactly. You just do what you're doing and he watches, and occasionally you adjust his hands when he's doing it wrong. This is the only education that exists: observation and correction. There are no schools, no teachers, and no curricula. Everything you know, you learned by watching someone who learned by watching someone else, in a chain that stretches back further than anyone could imagine. You know which plants are poisonous because someone once watched someone else die from eating them, and the knowledge was passed along through demonstration and reaction. "Don't eat this" isn't a sentence. It's a sound of disgust combined with a pushing away motion combined with maybe invoking the memory of the person who died. The boy is learning to gather seeds, but he's also learning 1,000 other things. How to move through the landscape, how to read the signs, how to work without complaint, when to rest, and how to carry a heavy bag without straining your back. None of these lessons are formal. They're just absorbed, the way language is absorbed, the way walking is absorbed. You remember learning the same way, watching an older woman who is now dead. You remember her hands, weathered and quick, moving through the grass. You remember the sound she made, a kind of rhythmic humming, and you realise you're making the same sound now without having meant to. The knowledge lives in your body more than your mind. Your hands know what to do before you think about it. Midday brings heat, and everyone moves to the shade of a scattered group of trees. You sit and eat some of the seeds you've gathered, cracking them with your teeth. They taste like they always taste, nutty and dry and filling. No one speaks much. There's an easy silence that comes from spending every day together, from working in parallel on tasks everyone understands. An older man points at the sky, and you follow his gesture to see birds circling high up. He makes a sound that means something like there or look or an animal died, and you understand. Something large has died somewhere in that direction, and scavenger birds are marking the location. This is information you'll file away. If you get desperate for food, you might go investigate, though you'll have to compete with other scavengers, and the meat might be too far gone. As afternoon lengthens, you head back toward the shelter area. The camp isn't permanent, not the way future humans will build permanent structures, but it's not completely temporary either. Your band has used this location for several warm seasons now. The shelters are rebuilt and reinforced rather than constructed fresh each time. There's a fire pit with stones arranged around it, Stones that have been heated and cooled so many times they've cracked and been replaced and cracked again. The shelters themselves are engineering marvels, though you'd never think of them that way. They're made from branches you've carefully selected for their flexibility and strength, bent and lashed together with plant fibre cordage that you twisted during long evenings. Hides are stretched across the frame, not randomly, but positioned to shed rain and block wind from the direction it usually comes. You know exactly how to build these structures because you've built them many times, and you know exactly where to place them because your people have been placing them in locations like this for generations. Inside the main shelter, there's a particular smell that means home. It's composed of smoke and human scent and the hides and the grass you've piled for bedding and something else. Something indefinable that just means here as opposed to everywhere else. You drop your seed bag near the others and stretch your back. A woman is working on scraping a hide, preparing it for use. The process is long and requires attention, and she's been at it for days. She'll continue being at it for days more. The stone tool she's using was made by someone who died before you were born, and it's been used by many hands since then. Tools are valuable. They take time to make and represent accumulated knowledge. This particular scraper has the right shape and the right edge, and everyone treats it with casual care. You sit near the fire pit and begin cracking seeds to remove the hulls. This is more tedious work and your mind drifts again. You think about a dream you had last night, something about running through water. Dreams are important to you in ways that future humans will both understand and not understand. You don't think dreams are messages from gods. The concept of gods in that sense doesn't quite exist yet. But you do feel that dreams mean something, that they're connected to the real world in ways you can't articulate. As darkness comes, the fire is built up. Fire is so central to your existence that you can barely imagine life without it, though your distant ancestors did live without it. The knowledge of fire-making is precious. You know several methods. The bow drill, striking certain rocks together, and using friction with sticks. You've practiced all of them because fire knowledge is survival knowledge. The fire creates a bubble of light and warmth in the darkness. Everyone gathers near it, not by command, but by natural inclination. The night is when stories happen. An older man begins talking, his voice settling into that particular rhythm that means a story is being told. You've heard this story before, you've heard it many times, but that doesn't matter. The repetition is the point. He tells about a time when the big animals were more numerous, about hunting a creature so large it fed the entire band for a full cycle of the moon. His hands move as he talks, showing the size, the movement, and the danger. The story contains practical information about hunting, about animal behaviour, and about courage and caution. But it's not told as a lesson. It's told as a story, and the lesson sinks in sideways, through enjoyment. You add your own story about finding a beehive last warm season. You don't mention that you got stung multiple times. That's implied in the way you gesture. You talk about the sweetness, the way the honey tasted like nothing else tastes, and everyone listening makes satisfied sounds because they remember that honey. They tasted it too. The story is partly about the honey, but mostly about the shared experience. The confirmation that yes, this happened, we were there, and we tasted it together. There's a story about a woman who went crazy from eating the wrong mushroom, a cautionary tale told with dark humour. There's a story about fighting off a predator, told with gestures so vivid you can almost see the animal. There's a story about getting lost and finding the way back, about reading the land and about staying calm. These stories are your books, your history, your school, and your entertainment. Everything important is encoded in narrative and passed along through repetition. The stories change slightly with each telling. Details shift, new elements appear, some parts are emphasised while others fade. It's an oral tradition before anyone knows to call it that, a living library stored in human memory. As the fire dies down to embers, people drift towards sleep. There's no announcement of bedtime, no clock to check. You sleep when darkness and tiredness align, and you wake when your body decides it's time. This usually means you sleep much longer than your future descendants will, perhaps 9 or 10 hours, sometimes more. But you also wake frequently during the night, a habit that kept your ancestors alive when predators prowled in darkness. You lie on your grass bedding, wrapped in a hide, listening to the sounds of others breathing. Someone is snoring, a wet rattling sound that's been part of the night soundscape for as long as you can remember. Outside you can hear the wind moving through trees, a small animal scurrying somewhere, and the distant call of a night bird. Your mind processes the day without formal reflection. You don't think, what did I accomplish today? Or what do I need to do tomorrow? Your thoughts are more immediate. The seeds gathered, the weight of them, the feeling of satisfaction. Tomorrow exists only as a vague continuation of the pattern. You'll wake up, you'll be hungry, you'll find food, and the cycle will repeat. But tonight, you find yourself thinking about time in a way you rarely do. You remember when you were small, remembering specific moments with a clarity that surprises you. You remember falling into a stream and the shock of cold water. You remember the first time you successfully started a fire by yourself. You remember when the old woman died, how her body became still, and how everyone was quiet. These memories have no dates attached to them, no 3 years ago or when I was 7. They exist in a loose sequence, before, after, long before, and recently. Some memories are vivid, almost like experiencing them again. Others are faded, like looking at something through smoke. You don't know that memory works this way for everyone, that the brain naturally prioritizes emotional moments over routine ones. You just know that some things stick and others don't. You drift in that space between waking and sleeping, and your mind touches on the rhythm of seasons. You've lived through enough warm times and cold times to recognize the pattern, though you couldn't say how many. The warm season brings certain plants, certain animals, and certain activities. The cold season brings scarcity, huddling together, relying on stored food and winter hunting. Right now, you're in the transition time, when warm is sliding toward cold. You know this from the angle of the sun, the temperature of mornings, and the way certain birds have disappeared while others have appeared. Your body knows it from the feeling in the air, a crispness that means change. In a few more cycles of the moon, though you don't count them, you'll need to move camp to the winter location. It's a place more sheltered from wind, closer to a different set of resources. You've been to this winter place every cold season you can remember. You know exactly where the shelters will be built, in the same spots they're always built, using the same techniques that have always worked. The knowledge of when to move isn't written in a calendar. It's written in the world itself. When the specific plant near camp turns red, when the specific animal begins its migration, when the specific quality of light appears, these are the markers. You read the world the way future humans will read clocks, but your reading is deeper, more multisensory, and more connected to the actual turning of the planet. You think about the winter shelter, about the extra hides you'll need, and about the stores of seeds and dried meat. This thinking isn't worry exactly. It's more like acknowledging what needs to happen and trusting that it will happen because it always has. Your band has survived every winter for as long as anyone knows. You'll survive this one too by doing what you've always done. You sleep and wake and sleep again. At some point deep in the night, you get up to urinate outside the shelter. The stars are overwhelming. More stars than future humans will ever see through their light-polluted skies. You don't know what stars are, not really. They're lights in the sky, constant and mysterious. Some people think they're fires, others think they're holes in the darkness. You've never thought about it much. They're just there, as much a part of the night as breathing. When you wake properly, it's to birdsong and the grey light of dawn. Another day. You feel it in your body, the slight stiffness, the hunger already beginning, the readiness to move. Someone is already up, rekindling the fire. Smoke rises and spreads, carrying its familiar scent. You emerge from the shelter into air that's cold enough to see your breath. The world is the same as it was yesterday. The same hills, the same trees, the same sky. This sameness is comforting in ways you don't think about. You exist in a world that changes with seasons but doesn't fundamentally transform. There's no progress, no innovation that will revolutionize daily life, and no sense that the future will be different from the present. And yet, there is change. You're older than you were. Children are growing. The old man who tells stories is moving more slowly than he did. New babies appear, people die, the band shrinks and grows. Knowledge accumulates in tiny increments. Someone figures out a better way to attach a stone to a handle, someone discovers a new edible plant, and someone notices a pattern in animal behaviour. These changes are so gradual, so subtle, that they feel like no change at all. But over generations, over hundreds and thousands of generations, they add up to something. Your descendants will be so different from you that they'll barely recognise what you are. But you'll never know that. You exist in this moment, in this morning, in this life. The day unfolds like days always unfold. There's food to gather, water to fetch, and maintenance to perform on shelters and tools. A child comes to you with a cut on their hand, and you chew certain leaves into a pulp and press it against the wound. This is medicine, though you don't call it that. You know these leaves help. You don't know about infection or antiseptic properties. You just know this leaf, this kind of wound, it helps. 2 people go off to check fishing traps in the stream. Others work on processing the seeds from yesterday. You take up a partially finished basket and continue weaving, your hands remembering the pattern without conscious thought. The basket grows slowly, strand by strand. It will take days to finish, and then you'll use it for years, until it wears out. There's a particular satisfaction to this work that your descendants will often miss in their efficiently manufactured world. Each object you make carries your time, your attention, and your hands. You know exactly how this basket came into being because you were there for every moment of its creation. It's yours in a way that transcends ownership. It's an extension of your skill and patience. Midday brings a brief excitement. Someone spots a group of deer in the distance. There's quick consultation through glances and gestures. The decision is made to attempt to hunt. You're not part of the hunting group today. Others are better positioned and more rested. You watch them prepare, checking their spears, spreading dirt on their skin to reduce scent, and moving with that particular focused intensity that hunting requires. They disappear into the landscape, and you return to your basket. The outcome of the hunt is unknowable. It might succeed, bringing meat and celebration. It might fail, bringing nothing but tired hunters. Both outcomes are familiar. You don't hope for success or fear failure. You simply wait to see what happens, the way you wait to see if rain will come or if the sun will shine. The afternoon is warm enough that you shed your outer hide covering. Your skin is weathered from constant exposure to sun and wind, darker than it was when you were young, and marked with small scars from a lifetime of close contact with thorns and stones and tools. Each scar has a story, though you don't think about them much. They're just the map of your life written on your body. A young woman approaches you with a stone she wants to fashion into a tool. You examine it, turning it in your hands, feeling its weight and texture. You can see the possibility inside it, the sharp edge that will emerge if you strike it correctly. This knowledge is hard to explain. It's partly visual, partly tactile, and partly something else entirely. You've shaped so many stones that your hands know what to do. You demonstrate, striking with another stone at just the right angle. A flake splits off, leaving a fresh edge. The young woman tries. Her strike is too timid and nothing happens. You adjust her grip and show her the motion again. She tries again. This time a flake comes off, though it is not quite the right size. You nod. She's learning. This teaching happens constantly, woven into every day. Knowledge flows from experience to inexperience through demonstration and practice. There are no tests, no grades, and no measurements of competence. You're competent when you can do the thing successfully enough to survive. Everything else is just variation in skill. The hunters return as the sun is lowering. They have meat. Not a full deer, but a younger animal they manage to separate from the group. Everyone gathers to help with the processing. This is skilled work. Knowing where to cut, how to remove the hide without damaging it, which parts to eat first and what to save. Every bit is used because waste is unthinkable. The hide will become clothing or shelter covering. The sinews will become cord. The bones will become tools. Even the stomach will be used as water container. The successful hunt means a feast tonight, though you don't call it that. You just have meat to cook and eat, and everyone is pleased. The fire is built higher, and chunks of meat are placed on stones near the flames to cook. The smell is intoxicating, rich and savoury and satisfying in a primal way. You sit near the fire, waiting for the meat to cook. The heat feels good on your face. Around you, others are also waiting, and there's an anticipation in the air that's different from normal evenings. Meat doesn't come every day. When it does, it's special, though you'd never articulate it that way. When the meat is ready, everyone eats. There's no ritual of gratitude, no blessing of the food, and no formal acknowledgement of the animal that died. Those concepts will come later. Right now, there's just eating, and the satisfaction of full bellies, and the grease on your fingers that you lick clean. The children eat until they're drowsy, then curl up near the fire. Adults continue eating more slowly, savouring the abundance. Someone makes a joke, a gesture and a sound that refers to the time one of the hunters tripped and fell during a pursuit. Everyone laughs, having seen or heard about the incident. The hunter who fell laughs too, unbothered. Mistakes happen. Life continues. As the meal winds down, the storytelling begins again. Tonight, the successful hunt becomes part of the narrative. The person telling it emphasises different details than what actually happened, making it more dramatic and more coherent. This is how all stories evolve, shaped by repetition, by what makes a good narrative, and by what lessons need to be reinforced. You listen, full and warm, feeling the satisfaction of a good day. The meat in your stomach, the fire's heat, the voices of your band, these are the simple elements of contentment. You don't think about happiness as a concept. You just feel it in your body, in the moment. Later, when the fire has burned lower and several people have already gone to sleep, you find yourself in conversation with an older woman. Conversation is perhaps too strong a word. You're exchanging sounds and gestures, communicating in the limited way available to you. But there's meaning passing between you, understood if not fully articulated. She's remembering someone who died long ago before you were born. She creates an image with her hands and face, someone who was very tall, who laughed in a particular way, who was skilled at finding water. You understand she's sharing a memory, keeping someone alive in the only way possible, through remembering and telling. This is how your people deal with death. There are no graves marked with names and dates, no written records, and no photographs. The dead live on only in memory, and when the last person who remembers them dies, they disappear completely. This seems natural to you. You don't mourn the absolute loss of memory because you don't know that memory could be preserved any other way. The woman's eyes are distant, seeing something you can't see. She makes a sound that conveys sadness but also acceptance. Death is part of life the way seasons are part of time. It comes to everyone, and there's no fighting it, only acknowledging it. You think about the old woman who died several cold seasons ago, the one who taught you to gather seeds. You can still see her hands and still hear the humming sound she made. As long as you're alive, she's not entirely gone. But someday you'll die, and then her memory will die too, unless you've passed it to someone younger. This thought doesn't frighten you. It's just how things work. You sleep again, deeply this time, your belly full and your body tired in the satisfying way that comes from good work. When you wake, it's to another morning, another day. The sun rises, the birds sing, and the world continues its ancient pattern. You'll gather food today, or work on tools, or help with shelter maintenance. The specifics will vary slightly from yesterday, but the essential rhythm will be the same. And tomorrow will be like today, and the day after will be like tomorrow, stretching forward in an endless procession of similar days. Except that nothing is truly endless. Someday, though you'll never know this, your descendants will invent writing. They'll start recording their memories in marks that can outlast human life. They'll begin to count years, to mark time, and to build calendars and clocks. They'll name the days and measure the hours, imposing human structure on the natural flow of time. They'll look back at you and call this prehistory, as if your life was somehow less real than theirs. But sitting here, feeling the morning sun on your skin, and knowing that today you need to check the fishing traps, and later you'll work on repairing a tear in the shelter covering, your life feels completely real. It's the only life you know, the only life there is. You stand and stretch, feeling your body wake up. Another person is already up, rekindling the fire from last night's embers. You join them, sitting close to the growing warmth. No words are exchanged. None are needed. You both know what the day requires, what work awaits, and what tasks need attention. As the days continue to flow one into another, you begin to notice the signs of changing seasons growing stronger. The mornings are colder. The leaves are turning colours. The birds that sang all through the warm season are leaving, replaced by different birds with different calls. Soon it will be time to move to the winter camp. You've done this movement so many times it's automatic, but there's still preparation required. Shelters need to be dismantled or left to decay. Tools and stored food need to be transported. The journey itself needs to happen on the right day, not too early, while the warm season's resources are still available, but not too late before the cold becomes dangerous. No one announces the decision to move. It emerges from collective understanding, from reading the same signs, and from knowing that when certain conditions align, it's time. One morning people simply begin packing, and that's how you know today is the day. You fold up the hides from your shelter, roll up your sleeping materials, and gather your few possessions into bundles that can be carried. The work is practiced and efficient. Everything you own is portable because everything must be carried. There's no accumulation of objects, no storage of unnecessary items. Life is light by necessity. The band begins walking in the early afternoon, moving through a landscape you know by heart. The children are excited by the change, running ahead and then circling back. The adults move steadily, conserving energy, carrying loads. You walk in the middle of the group, your bundle balanced on your back, held by a strap across your forehead. The journey takes you through different terrain, across a stream, through a stretch of forest, over hills. You know every landmark, every turn. This path has been walked by your people for generations beyond counting. Your feet press into the same earth your ancestors pressed into, following the same route, for the same reasons. By evening you reach the winter camp location. It's exactly as you remembered, sheltered by hills, near reliable water, and positioned to catch whatever winter sun manages to penetrate the clouds. The remnants of last year's shelters are still here, weathered and partially collapsed, but providing a foundation to build upon. Everyone sets to work immediately, using the remaining daylight. You cut fresh branches, reinforce old structures, and clear space for new shelters. The work is hard but familiar. Your body knows what to do, your hands moving through tasks they've performed many times before. As darkness falls, the new fire is lit in the winter camp's fire pit. It feels like coming home, even though you've been home wherever your band has been. This is the winter home, and it has its own feeling, its own associations. You've survived many cold seasons here. You'll survive another one. The fire crackles, sending sparks up into the dark sky. Around you, people are settling in, arranging their sleeping spaces and checking that everything is secure. The first night in the winter camp is always a little unsettled, with everyone adjusting to the new location, but by tomorrow it will feel normal. You sit by the fire and eat some dried meat left over from the recent hunt. The stars are visible through gaps in the clouds, those mysterious lights that watch over the world. You wonder briefly what they are, then let the wondering go. Some things are unknowable, and that's acceptable. Tomorrow, you'll begin the winter routine, checking the different food sources available in this area, maintaining the shelters against cold and snow, and staying alive through the scarce season. You've done it before, you'll do it again. And if you survive this winter, the warm season will come back, as it always does, and the cycle will continue. This is your life, gathering and eating, working and sleeping, moving through seasons, surviving. It's not a life that will be remembered. Your name, such as it is, a sound people make to get your attention, will be forgotten within a generation or two of your death. Nothing you do will be recorded. No one in the distant future will know you existed. But right now, sitting by this fire, feeling the heat on your face and the cold at your back, you exist completely. You're alive in ways that your descendants, with all their technology and complexity, will struggle to understand. You are present in your body, connected to your environment, embedded in your community, and living each moment as it comes. This is life before history began. This is human existence in its oldest, simplest, and most enduring form. And in the great sweep of time, in the millions of years of human evolution, this is how most humans have lived most of their lives. Not making history, but simply living, day by day, season by season, in the endless present that defines existence itself. The fire burns down to embers, the stars wheel overhead. You sleep and wake and sleep again. And in the morning you'll rise to face another day, another gathering of food, and another continuation of the pattern. Because this is what it means to be human, before anyone knew to call it anything at all. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman. Someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost, when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, you might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern, and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well. The poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful, orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, the entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, that finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil, a servant of Satan, The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court. Details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, he's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question: if the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realisation that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, what would you choose? The question haunts you because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals, each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Eastie, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous. Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Eastie's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Eastie is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. The witch trials will eventually end, discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten. The judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger. It's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures. It's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighborhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head. while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, The level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons: Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only one weapon for actual combat use. It was like having two bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, The crushing force of the shockwave or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical, and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived, and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. You wake before dawn in a small rented room above a café in Arles, southern France. It's 1888, and the pre-dawn darkness carries the smell of yesterday's coffee grounds and turpentine. Your name is Vincent van Gogh, though almost nobody knows it yet, and your feet hit the cold floorboards with the same purpose they've had for years. Today, you will paint. The ritual begins in silence. You don't light the lamp immediately because your eyes need to adjust naturally, the way a baker's hands need to learn dough before the oven warms. You've discovered that rushing this transition from sleep to wakefulness produces paintings that feel hurried, disconnected from the pulse of actual seeing. So you sit on the edge of your narrow bed, listening to the town slowly remember itself, a shutter creaking open somewhere, a dog's distant bark, the first cartwheels grinding against cobblestones. Your room measures roughly 12 feet by 10 feet. You know this because you've painted it, and painting something means measuring it with your eyes 1,000 times. The walls are the colour of old cream, stained here and there with accidental daubs of paint from when you've gestured too enthusiastically. Your bed has a simple wooden frame. 2 chairs sit against one wall, their cane seats worn smooth. Above them hangs a small mirror you rarely look into, not from vanity or its opposite, but because your face has never interested you the way other faces do. You're not the subject. The world is. The morning light, when it finally arrives, doesn't burst through your window like a trumpet announcement. It seeps in gradually, the way watercolour bleeds across wet paper. You've learned that this is how most real things happen, not with drama, but with patience. The light touches your wash basin first, then creeps across to your shoes, which you've left by the door, caked with yesterday's dried mud from the fields. You don't own many shoes. You wear them until they fall apart, then you patch them, then you wear them some more. Money spent on unnecessary shoes is money not spent on paint. You stand and stretch, feeling your spine crack in 3 distinct places. You're 35 years old, though your body sometimes feels older. Years of poor nutrition, walking miles every day, sleeping in cheap rooms with thin mattresses. These things accumulate in your joints like interest on a debt. But your hands are steady, that's what matters. Your hands are strong and certain even when your mind isn't. The morning ablutions are practical, almost military in their efficiency. Cold water from the basin splashed on your face, scrubbing away sleep and yesterday's paint that somehow always ends up on your temples and behind your ears. You've stopped questioning how paint migrates to these unlikely places. Artists are always slightly decorated with their work, like bakers with flour or blacksmiths with soot. You dry your face with a rough towel, then run your fingers through your red hair, which sticks up in several directions and will continue to do so regardless of your efforts. Vanity about grooming seems absurd when you're about to spend 10 hours staring at sunflowers. Breakfast is whatever's available, which usually isn't much. Today it's bread from 2 days ago, harder now but still edible when torn into pieces. You eat it standing by the window looking out at the street below. The baker across the way is opening his shutters. A woman in a dark dress sweeps her doorstep with brisk, irritated strokes, as if the dust has personally offended her. A cat slides along a wall like liquid. You memorize these things without trying. Your brain has become a collection box for visual information, constantly gathering material even during these supposedly idle moments. The coffee, when you make it, tastes like burnt earth and desperation. You've never been good at cooking, and coffee making is a subset of that larger failure. But it's hot, and it contains caffeine, which means it fulfills its function. You've learned not to demand that things be more than they are. Coffee should taste good, but it doesn't have to. Painting should sell, but it doesn't have to. Not everything needs to be perfect. Most things just need to be done. While you drink, you review your mental inventory of supplies. Titanium white is running low. Prussian blue has maybe 3 more paintings in the tube. The linseed oil needs replacing soon. Chrome yellow, your beloved yellow, your sunshine in paste form, is adequate for now. You calculate costs in your head, matching them against the monthly allowance your brother Theo sends from Paris. The mathematics are always depressing, so you don't linger on them. You'll make it work. You always make it work, even if it means eating less bread next week. The light is stronger now, turning the walls golden. This is the moment you've been waiting for without realizing you were waiting. The moment when the day declares its colour intentions. Today will be warm-toned. You can already tell. The shadows will have purple in them by afternoon. The sky will be that particular shade of blue that only exists in Provence, as if God mixed ultramarine with hope and spread it overhead like a blessing. You finish your coffee and set the cup on the small table. Then you stand still for a moment, feeling your body settle into readiness. Your shoulders drop, your breathing slows. This is the transition point, the threshold between being a person who sleeps and eats and a person who sees and creates. It's a shift you've practiced so many times it's become automatic, like a priest entering a church or a soldier picking up a rifle. This is what you do. This is who you are. You reach for your coat, a brown jacket that's seen better years. As you shrug it on, you feel the weight of brushes in the inside pocket, a reassuring pressure against your ribs. Your fingers check automatically. Yes, the small sketchbook is still there, a stub of graphite wrapped in string, your portable memory for when oil and canvas aren't practical. Everything you need is accounted for. Everything necessary is present. Before leaving, you glance once more around the room. It's not much, this temporary home, but it's yours. The bed where you collapse after 12-hour painting sessions. The chairs where you sit and write long letters to Theo trying to explain what you're seeing, what you're attempting and why it matters. The mirror that reflects a man who looks perpetually surprised by his own face. The window that frames the world like a painting you haven't started yet. Then you open the door and step into the morning, ready to do what you've always done. Look at ordinary things until they become extraordinary. Then try to capture that transformation on canvas before the magic evaporates. It's not a mystical process, it's work, it's practice. It's what happens when you show up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when the previous day's painting was terrible, even when nobody's buying and nobody's watching and nobody particularly cares. The street outside smells like horse manure and flowering jasmine, an oddly pleasant combination that you've come to associate with purpose. You turn left toward the fields, toward the light, toward whatever today will show you if you're patient enough to see it. The walk to your painting spot isn't exercise, it's education. You've covered this route dozens of times, but it's never the same twice because light is never the same twice. And light changes everything it touches. Today, the morning sun slants from the east, turning the Yellowstone buildings into blocks of butter. Shadows pool in doorways like spilled ink. You notice these things the way a musician notices pitch. Automatically, constantly, unable to turn it off even if you wanted to. Your pace is steady but not hurried. Hurrying makes you miss things. You learned this years ago when you were trying to be a minister, rushing between appointments and pastoral visits, and realised you were moving through the world without actually seeing it. Now you move deliberately, your eyes scanning left to right, up and down, taking in the whole visual field like a camera with an impossibly wide lens. An old woman sits on a low stool outside her house, peeling potatoes into a tin basin. Her hands move with the efficiency of someone who's performed this task 10,000 times. The potato skins fall in long spirals, brown and cream. You note the curve of her back, the angle of her wrists, and the way the light catches the blade of her knife. You don't stop to sketch her. Stopping would make her self-conscious and would change the naturalness of the scene, but you file away the image. Later, maybe next week, maybe next year, a painting will need an old woman's hands, and you'll remember these hands. The streets narrow as you leave the town centre. The buildings lean toward each other overhead, creating a tunnel of shade that's 10 degrees cooler than the sunny patches. Your boots, those perpetually muddy boots, click against the cobblestones with a rhythm that's almost musical. Click, 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 like a metronome keeping time for a very slow song. You pass the blacksmith's shop, already hot despite the early hour. The smith himself, a man with forearms like hams, is working the bellows. The forge glows orange-red, and you pause despite yourself because that particular quality of light, incandescent, dangerous, alive, is one of the hardest things to capture on canvas. How do you paint light that's also heat? How do you make a viewer feel warmth from a cold layer of paint? These are the questions that wake you at 3 in the morning and refuse to let you return to sleep. The smith nods at you. You nod back. He thinks you're odd. You can tell. Everyone thinks you're odd. You've heard the whispers, seen the sidelong glances, the crazy Dutch painter who stares at things too long, who talks to himself while working, who once cut off part of his own ear during a crisis you still can't fully explain even to yourself. But the smith is polite, and politeness is enough. You don't need friendship from everyone you meet. You need light and form and colour, and those things don't care if you're popular. Beyond the smith's shop, the buildings start to thin out. Gardens appear, then small plots of vegetables, then open fields stretching toward the horizon. This is where you're heading, to the edge of civilization, where human arrangement gives way to natural chaos. You've always felt more comfortable here, in the transitional zones. Not quite town, not quite countryside. Places where anything might happen, where the rules are still being negotiated. The earth beneath your feet changes from stone to packed dirt to softer soil. You can feel the difference through your boot soles, the way a sailor feels the mood of the sea through the deck of a ship. The ground here is red-orange and iron-rich, the colour of rust and clay and dried blood. It stains everything it touches. Your boots, your trouser cuffs, your hands when you sit in the fields and steady yourself against the earth. You've tried to mix this exact colour in paint. Burnt sienna with a touch of cadmium orange and maybe some raw umber. But you've never quite matched it. Nature's palette is always more complex than anything you can mix on your own. Birds wheel overhead, dark shapes against the brightening sky. Swallows, you think, though you're not particularly good at identifying species. They move with such confidence, such certainty of purpose. You envy them this sometimes. They never seem to doubt which direction to fly or whether their flying matters. They simply fly because flying is what they do, and that's enough. The fields open before you like a green and gold sea. Wheat, mostly, with occasional interruptions of poppies. Those shocking red punctuation marks that make the whole landscape vibrate. You've painted poppies more times than you can count, but you still haven't captured what they actually do to a field. They don't just add colour. They add violence, urgency, and a kind of visual shouting that demands attention. A field without poppies is a sentence without passion. A field with poppies is a sentence ending in an exclamation point. You walk along the edge of a wheat field, running your hand through the tops of the grain stalks. They're dry and whisper soft, like the sound of secrets being shared. The wheat is nearly ready for harvest. You can tell by the weight of the seed heads and the way they bow toward earth as if praying. In a week, maybe 2, men will come with scythes and reduce all this gold to stubble. The thought makes you walk faster. You need to paint this before it disappears. Everything beautiful is temporary. Everything worth looking at will eventually be gone. Your painting spot today is a slight rise overlooking the fields, near a twisted olive tree that you've painted before but never quite captured. The tree has character, that's the only way to describe it. It's been shaped by wind and drought and time into something that looks half dead but refuses to give up. Grey-green leaves shimmer in the breeze. The trunk is gnarled like an arthritic hand. You love this tree. You love it the way you love your brother Theo, uncomplicated and deep and without needing reasons. You set down your canvas and painting supplies, arranging them with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments. The easel goes here, facing northeast to catch the changing light. The canvas, a rough weave you stretched yourself because professional stretching costs money you don't have, fits onto the easel with a satisfying click. Your paint box opens like a small treasure chest, revealing tubes squeezed flat at the bottom, colours arranged by temperature, cools on the left, warms on the right. Your palette, a rectangular board worn smooth and stained with 100 previous paintings, rests on your left forearm. Brushes go in your right hand, a cluster of bristles like a small bouquet. But before you start painting, you sit. This is important. You've learned that beginning too quickly produces work that's enthusiastic but superficial. You need to let the place settle into you. You need to let your eyes adjust, not just to the light, but to the specific personality of this particular morning. Every day has its own character, its own mood. Today feels contemplative. The light is soft, the shadows gentle. A day for careful observation rather than dramatic gesture. You watch the wheat move in waves, responding to breezes you can't feel from this distance. The motion is hypnotic and calming. You let your mind empty, becoming nothing but a pair of eyes, a recording device for the world's visual information. This is the closest you come to meditation, though you'd never call it that. It's simply looking until you see. A farmer appears in the middle distance, a dark figure against the gold. He's examining something in the field, bending down, straightening up, moving in that slow, considered way that farmers have. People who know that rushing accomplishes nothing, that crops grow on their own schedule regardless of human impatience. You watch him for 10 minutes, 15, memorising the shapes he makes, the way his body relates to the landscape around him. You won't paint him today, he'll be gone before you're ready, but you'll remember him. He'll appear in some future painting, a tiny figure giving scale to an endless field, a human presence making nature comprehensible. The farmer straightens one final time, then walks away, disappearing behind a distant line of trees. You're alone again with the fields and the sky and the tree that refuses to die. The light has shifted slightly in the time you've been sitting. What was gentle is becoming assertive. The shadows are sharper. The colours are warmer. It's time to begin. You stand, feeling your knees crack again. Then you pick up a brush, load it with thinned paint, and make the first mark on the canvas. A single line defining the horizon. It's a small gesture, barely noticeable, but it's everything. It's the moment when possibility becomes actuality, when the blank canvas stops being frightening and becomes simply a problem to solve. You've begun. The rest will follow because the rest always follows. You just have to keep going, one brushstroke after another, until the day runs out or the painting is finished, whichever comes first. The first hour of painting is always a conversation with doubt. Your hand moves automatically, blocking in the major shapes. Sky here, field there, tree in the middle distance. But your mind questions everything. Is the horizon line too high, too low? Should the wheat be more yellow or more gold? Does that olive tree look like an olive tree or like a child's scribble? These questions don't paralyse you anymore, but they're always present, like a background hum you've learned to work through. You paint standing up, always standing. You tried painting seated once, years ago, and found it made you timid. Something about being at eye level with the canvas gave you permission to be too careful, too precious. Standing forces you to engage physically. Your whole body participates. Legs for balance, core for stability, shoulders for large gestures, and wrists for fine control. Painting isn't just a hand activity. It's a full-body commitment to transferring what you see onto a surface that will never fully cooperate. The paint goes on in layers, though not the neat, patient layers that academic painters use. Your layers are messy, urgent, and built up quickly while the light still holds its current quality. You've learned that light moves faster than paint dries, so you work wet on wet, colours bleeding into each other on the canvas the same way they blend in nature. This technique frustrates art teachers who want clean edges and proper procedures, but those teachers aren't here in the field watching how yellow wheat transitions to blue shadow. Nature doesn't have clean edges. Nature is all transition, all gradation, all one thing becoming another thing. Your brushwork is distinctive, though you don't think about it while working. Short, directional strokes that follow the form of whatever you're painting. The wheat grows upward, so your brushstrokes grow upward. The wind moves rightward, so your brushstrokes lean rightward. People who see your paintings sometimes comment on how visible the brushwork is, how they can see each individual mark you made. This bothers them more than it bothers you. You're not trying to hide your process. You're not trying to create a smooth, photographic illusion. You're trying to capture the energy of seeing itself, the way the eye moves across a scene, constantly collecting information, constantly in motion. The morning light strengthens, and with it comes heat. By 10 o'clock, sweat is running down your temples, mixing with the inevitable paint smudges on your face. You don't notice. When you're painting, your body becomes secondary, just the mechanism that moves the brushes. Hunger, thirst, physical discomfort. These things register dimly, like news from a distant country you're not particularly interested in. You'll deal with your body's needs later. Right now, there's only the canvas and the field and the gradually narrowing gap between what you see and what you're making. You step back periodically to assess your progress. This is crucial. Working too close for too long produces paintings that fall apart when viewed from a normal distance. But stepping back is also dangerous because it allows doubt to creep in. From 6 feet away, every mistake becomes obvious. That shadow's too purple. That highlight is too bright. The wheat looks flat and lifeless. The tree looks like it's floating rather than growing from earth. You catalogue these failures methodically, then step forward again and start correcting them. This is the work, not the inspired moments, but the patient revision. Making mistakes, recognising them, fixing them, over and over until the painting is either finished or ruined, which sometimes amounts to the same thing. Around noon, you permit yourself a break. You set down your brushes and sit in the shade of the olive tree you've been painting. Your legs are stiff from standing. Your right shoulder aches from holding the palette. Your eyes are tired from the bright light. These are good pains, earned pains. They mean you've worked, really worked, not just dabbled. Lunch is whatever you brought from the room. Today, an apple and more of that terrible bread. You eat slowly, not because the food is good, but because slowing down is necessary. Your mind is still moving at painting speed, processing colours and shapes and relationships. You need to let it settle. You need to let your eyes rest. So you sit and chew and watch the field from the perspective of idleness rather than purpose. The field doesn't care whether you're painting it or not. It's beautiful regardless of your attention. This is a comforting thought. The world doesn't need you to paint it. The world is fine on its own. You paint because you need to, not because the world requires it. A lizard emerges from beneath a nearby rock, freezes for a moment in that peculiar lizard way, utterly still, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with death, then darts away in a blur of green. You smile. Quick movements are almost impossible to paint because they're over before you can analyse them. Photography is better at capturing speed, but photography misses everything else. The weight of the air, the quality of the light, and the emotional resonance of a moment. You'll take the limitations of painting over the limitations of photography any day. After eating, you don't immediately resume painting. Instead, you take out your small sketchbook and the graphite stub. Painting is for colour and light, but sketching is for understanding structure. You draw the olive tree quickly, loosely, not trying for accuracy, but trying to feel how the tree grows, how its branches relate to its trunk, and how the whole thing balances despite appearing ready to topple over. Drawing is thinking. Drawing is learning to see. You fill 2 pages with versions of the tree, each one slightly different, each one teaching you something new about how gnarled wood occupies space. The afternoon light is different from the morning light, harsher, less forgiving. Shadows shrink into themselves. Colours bleach out slightly, as if the sun is a kind of acid eating away at saturation. You return to the canvas with this awareness, adjusting your palette, adding more white to your mixtures, and cooling the yellow slightly. Every hour of the day requires different colours. This is why painting outdoors is both harder and more honest than painting in a studio. The studio light stays constant. Nature never stays still. Your back is hurting now. A dull ache between your shoulder blades from the prolonged standing and reaching. You ignore it. Pain is just information, and this particular information isn't urgent. You've worked through worse. Through cold rain that numbed your fingers, through headaches that made your vision blur, through days when depression sat on your shoulders like a physical weight. This is just a backache. This is nothing. By mid-afternoon, the painting has reached that critical stage where it could go either way. It's either about to come together or about to fall apart. You've been here hundreds of times before, and it never gets less nerve-wracking. The temptation is to overwork it, to keep fussing with details until you've killed whatever life the painting had. But you've also learned that stopping too soon leaves it unfinished, incomplete. The trick is knowing when to push and when to step away. This knowledge doesn't come from rules. It comes from failure, from ruining enough paintings that you start to recognise the warning signs. You work more carefully now, with smaller brushes and more precise touches. A highlight on a wheat stalk here, a deeper shadow under the tree there, a few strokes to suggest distant mountains purple against the blue sky. Each addition is a small risk. Each mark could be the one that pushes the painting from almost good to actually good, or from almost good to ruined. You try not to think about this while working. Thinking makes you tentative. You need to stay loose and confident, even when you're not feeling confident at all. The sun is starting its descent toward the horizon when you finally set down your brushes. The painting isn't finished. Your paintings are never really finished, but it's done for today. The light has changed too much to continue. What you were seeing 3 hours ago no longer exists. Tomorrow will bring different light, different colours, and different challenges. You'll return then if the weather holds and continue the conversation with the canvas. You clean your brushes methodically, wiping them on a rag until most of the paint is removed, then dipping them in turpentine and working the bristles against your palm. This is meditative work, calming after the intensity of painting. Your brushes are your tools, and tools need respect. A brush properly cared for will last years. A neglected brush dies in months. You can't afford to replace brushes often, so you treat them like the valuable instruments they are. The walk back to town is slower than the morning walk. Your body is tired now, genuinely tired rather than just stiff. Your eyes ache from squinting in the bright light. Your hands are covered in paint despite your best efforts. Emerald green under your nails, yellow ochre on your knuckles, and crimson lake on your wrists. You look like you've been in a fight with a rainbow. This pleases you more than it should. The town is busier in the late afternoon. People finishing work, shops closing, children playing in the streets. You move through this activity like a ghost, present but separate. You're still half in the field, half in the painting, not quite ready to be fully human again. This transition takes time. You learned years ago not to rush it, not to try to snap back into social normalcy immediately after hours of solitary focus. Your mind needs to decompress, to remember how to exist in a world of words rather than colours. By the time you reach your room, dusk is gathering. The sky has turned that particular shade of violet blue that only exists for about 20 minutes each evening. A colour so fleeting and perfect that you're always tempted to run back outside and try to capture it. But your body won't cooperate. You're done for the day. Tomorrow is for that colour. Tomorrow is for everything you didn't finish today. Your room feels smaller after a day outdoors, the walls closer and the ceiling lower. You light the oil lamp, carefully because oil costs money and must be rationed, and its warm glow pushes back the encroaching darkness. The light is different from daylight, softer and more golden, turning everything it touches slightly amber. You've painted by lamplight before, though you prefer natural light. Lamplight flattens things and removes the subtle gradations that make forms feel solid. You pour water from the pitcher into the basin and wash your hands, watching the paint dissolve and swirl, greens and yellows and blues creating temporary abstract patterns before vanishing down the drain. The water turns grey, then murky brown. You scrub your nails with a small brush, dig paint from beneath them, and rinse again. Your hands never come completely clean anymore. There's always paint somewhere, in the creases of your knuckles, around the beds of your nails, staining the calluses on your palms. You've accepted this. Artists' hands are meant to carry evidence of their work. Dinner is simple because dinner is always simple. Tonight it's soup from the cafe downstairs. Vegetable, probably, with chunks of bread for dipping. The cafe owner, Madame Gignoux, knows your financial situation without you having to explain it. She charges you less than she should, and occasionally the soup is thicker than it ought to be, with extra vegetables that weren't on the menu. You've painted her portrait twice as partial payment. She hung one in the cafe, the other she keeps in her private rooms, which feels like a greater compliment than money could be. You eat at the small table by the window, watching the street below as darkness completes its takeover of the town. Shops have closed. Shutters are being fastened. A few people hurry past, heading home to families and warm kitchens and conversations about normal things. The weather, the harvest, the neighbour's new baby. You don't envy them exactly, but sometimes you wonder what that life feels like. The life of someone who isn't compelled to transform seeing into painting, who can simply look at a sunset without needing to analyse its colours. After eating, you clear the table and prepare for your second work session of the day, writing to Theo, your brother in Paris, your financial supporter, your friend, your anchor to sanity. You owe him more than money can repay. The least you can do is write regularly, keeping him informed of your progress, your struggles, and your small victories. These letters have become a kind of journal, a way of processing your thoughts about art and life and the impossible task of trying to be both. You arrange paper, pen and ink with the same care you gave your painting supplies this morning. The paper is cheap, slightly rough but adequate. The pen is functional. The ink is black and ordinary, but your handwriting gives it character. Quick, angular and urgent. You write the way you paint, with energy rather than elegance. Theo has learned to decipher your script, though it takes effort. You've apologised for this. He's told you not to worry. Content matters more than presentation. You begin, as always, with "Dear Theo," and then the words flow. Tonight you write about the wheat field, about the olive tree that defeats every attempt to capture its essential character, and about how the afternoon light changed the colour of everything and required you to completely remix your palette. You write about practical matters, paint supplies running low, a new canvas you need to stretch, the rent due at the end of the month. You write about doubt, about the fear that you're wasting his money, wasting his faith in you, and producing work that nobody wants and nobody will remember. But you also write about hope, about the moment this morning when the light hit the wheat just right and you saw, really saw, how yellow and gold and green could exist in the same space without conflict, about the joy of making a brushstroke that captures exactly the curve of a tree branch, about the conviction, stubborn and probably foolish, that what you're doing matters, that these paintings of fields and flowers and ordinary people will mean something to someone someday. The letters to Theo are the only place you allow yourself complete honesty. With other people, you perform normalcy, or at least try to. But Theo knows the full extent of your struggles, the mental crises, the financial desperation, the social isolation, and the relentless self-criticism. He knows, and he supports you anyway. This knowledge is what keeps you going on the days when nothing seems worth continuing. You write for an hour, maybe more. The lamp flickers occasionally, threatening to die, but hold steady. Your hand cramps slightly from gripping the pen, but you ignore it. There's still more to say. Thoughts about colour theory you've been developing, observations about how peasants move through landscapes, and questions about painters in Paris and what they're working on. You're curious about the art world, but also grateful to be removed from it. Competition makes you anxious. Other painters' success feels like commentary on your failure. Better to be here in Arles, working in isolation, measuring yourself only against your previous work. When you finally set down the pen, several pages are covered with your dense, urgent script. You'll post this letter tomorrow, and in a week or so, Theo's reply will arrive, full of encouragement and practical advice and small bits of money. The correspondence between you and your brother is the most important work you do, more important than any single painting. It's what keeps you connected to the world, what reminds you that someone believes in what you're attempting. You fold the letter carefully and set it aside. Then you lean back in your chair and rub your eyes, feeling the full weight of the day's exhaustion. Your body aches in a dozen places. Your mind feels pleasantly empty, wrung out like a sponge. This is good tiredness, earned tiredness. You've worked hard today, physically in the field, intellectually in the letter. Tomorrow you'll do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now. This rhythm of work and rest and work again. It's not the life you imagined as a young man, but it's the one you've built, and it's yours. Before sleeping, you allow yourself a small ritual, reviewing today's paintings. You've been doing this for months, a private exhibition for an audience of one. The painting from today leans against the wall, still wet, colours glowing slightly in the lamplight. You study it critically, cataloguing its failures and occasional successes. The wheat is better than yesterday's wheat, but still not quite right. The sky needs more complexity. The olive tree looks stiff and unconvincing. But there are moments, a few brushstrokes where you captured something true, where paint transcended paint and became wheat, became light, became the actual feeling of standing in a field on a summer afternoon. You'll do better tomorrow. You always think this, and it's usually true. Progress is incremental, barely noticeable day to day, but visible when you compare paintings from months ago to paintings from today. You're learning slowly how to see and how to translate seeing into something others can experience. This learning never stops. You'll die not knowing everything you want to know about painting. This should depress you, but somehow it doesn't. The impossibility of mastery is what makes the work worth doing. You extinguish the lamp and darkness swallows the room. You undress in the dark, no point wasting matches, and climb into bed. The sheets are rough, washed so many times they've become as thin as paper. The mattress is lumpy. None of this matters. Within minutes, you're asleep, dreaming in colours, your subconscious mind continuing the work your conscious mind has paused. Tomorrow before dawn, you'll wake and begin again. The ritual will repeat: coffee, walking, painting, letters, sleep. It's a simple life, a narrow life, but it's the life that allows you to do the work you were meant to do. Everything else, comfort, wealth, fame, connection, is secondary to that. You're painting the world as you see it, hoping that someday someone will look at your paintings and see it too. That hope is enough. It has to be enough. It's all you have. 6 months pass in this rhythm. Autumn arrives, bringing different light, cooler temperatures, and changed colours. The wheat fields are stubble now, harvested down to short stalks that crunch under your boots. You paint the aftermath of harvest, interested in how the land looks stripped and exposed, vulnerable in its bareness. The olive trees remain, still twisted, still grey-green, still refusing to be adequately captured on canvas. Your stack of finished paintings grows. 20 canvases lean against the walls of your room, then 30, then 40. They're everywhere. Under the bed, behind the door, arranged in rows 3 deep against every available wall. The room smells perpetually of linseed oil and turpentine, a sharp chemical smell that you've stopped noticing. Madame Gignoux complains occasionally that the fumes are seeping into the cafe below, making the coffee taste strange. You apologise, but don't change anything. Where else would you store the paintings? There's nowhere else. This room is your studio, your gallery, and your archive. The painting itself has become less agonising, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the agony. Your hand knows certain gestures now without your brain needing to direct them. Sky goes on in broad horizontal strokes. Cypress trees require vertical slashes of dark green and near black. Faces need careful construction, eyes positioned just so, and mouths suggesting emotion without becoming cartoons. These aren't rules you learned from teachers. These are conclusions drawn from failure, from painting the same subjects over and over until your hand remembered what your mind kept forgetting. You've developed a routine for materials management. Every Sunday you stretch canvases, 6 or 7 at a time, enough for the coming week. The process is meditative. Cutting canvas from the bolt, wrapping it around wooden stretcher bars, pulling it tight, securing it with tacks, then applying a thin layer of primer. Your hands perform these tasks while your mind wanders, thinking about paintings you haven't started yet, colours you haven't tried, and techniques you want to experiment with. The physical work of preparation frees your brain for planning. Money remains the constant problem. Theo sends what he can, but it's never quite enough. You ration paint carefully, mixing colours to make tubes last longer, scraping palettes clean so no paint goes to waste. You've learned to be frugal with everything except canvas. Cheap canvas produces poor results, so you spend money there and economise elsewhere, eating less, walking instead of taking the train, and wearing the same clothes until they literally fall apart. Your appearance has become somewhat disreputable. You know this. People look at you oddly. The red-haired madman with paint under his nails and holes in his jacket. Let them look. Their opinions don't buy paint. Winter arrives, bringing complications. The fields are less interesting now, mostly mud and dying vegetation. The light is weaker, greyer. You paint indoors more often. Still lifes, portraits, your own room rendered from different angles. You paint your empty chair by lamplight, trying to capture the melancholy of furniture waiting for someone who isn't coming. The painting depresses you while you're making it, but the depression feels necessary, honest. Not everything needs to be cheerful. Sadness is also worth documenting. The social isolation intensifies during winter. People stay indoors, the streets are empty. You go days without speaking to anyone except Madame Genoux and the occasional shopkeeper. This should bother you more than it does. Humans are supposed to need other humans and are supposed to require conversation and connection. But you've discovered that solitude, while lonely, provides clarity. When you're alone, you can hear your own thoughts. When you're alone, the world doesn't interrupt itself with opinions and expectations. Loneliness is the price of focus, and you've decided it's a price worth paying. You paint through a bout of illness in January, some kind of flu that leaves you weak and feverish, but not so incapacitated that you can't work. You paint with shaking hands, producing strange, distorted images that you'll later look at and wonder if they're terrible or brilliant. Probably terrible. But the act of painting while sick teaches you something about your commitment. You're not doing this because it's pleasant or easy. You're doing it because you can't not do it. The compulsion to paint is deeper than health, deeper than comfort, and possibly deeper than sanity. By February, you've been painting seriously for nearly 7 years. 7 years of daily work, thousands of hours at the easel, hundreds of completed paintings. And what do you have to show for it? A room full of unsold canvases. A brother who believes in you but might be deluded. A handful of people in Paris who think you have potential, but not enough to buy your work. By conventional measures, you're a failure. 35 years old, living in poverty, producing art that nobody wants. But you've also learned something that conventional measures don't capture. You've learned that work itself can be the reward. That the act of seeing clearly, of translating what you see into paint, of solving the endless problems that every canvas presents, this is valuable regardless of whether anyone else appreciates it. You're not painting to become famous. You're painting because painting is how you make sense of the world, how you pin down fleeting moments and preserve them, and how you participate in life rather than just observing it. Spring returns, and with it comes renewed energy. The fields green up. Flowers appear. Irises, poppies, and wildflowers you can't name. You paint them all with something approaching joy, which is a rare emotion for you. Usually you work through anxiety or determination or sheer stubbornness. But spring is forgiving. Spring suggests possibilities. Spring makes you think that maybe, possibly, things could work out. Not fame or fortune, you've given up on those, but something smaller and more important. Understanding, connection, the feeling that what you're seeing matters to someone besides yourself. You paint orchards in bloom, trying to capture the paradox of delicate blossoms on rough, twisted branches. You paint fields full of wheat again, this year's crop, taller and greener than last year's. You paint people working, farmers, labourers, women in gardens, because work is sacred and deserves documentation. These people who spend their days bending and lifting and cultivating aren't subjects for pity. They're living honestly, doing what needs doing. You try to show that in your paintings, try to give them dignity without sentimentality. Your technique continues evolving. You're using thicker paint now, applying it in rough, textured layers that catch the light. This approach is called impasto, though you didn't know that when you started doing it. You just found that thick paint better captured the physicality of what you were seeing. Fields aren't smooth, trees aren't smooth, faces aren't smooth. Why should your paintings be smooth? The texture of the paint becomes part of the meaning, a physical manifestation of the energy required to see and record. You write to Theo about these developments, trying to explain what you're attempting. Your written explanations always feel inadequate. Painting is visual language, and verbal language can only approximate what brush and colour can say directly. But you try anyway, because Theo is in Paris surrounded by theories and movements and debates, and you want him to understand that what you're doing here in Provincial Isle is also part of those larger conversations. You're not isolated from the art world, you're just approaching it from a different direction, working through problems on your own terms rather than following fashionable solutions. Summer arrives with its familiar heat and brilliant light. You're painting better now than you were a year ago. You can see the improvement when you compare old paintings to new ones. The colours are more confident, the compositions are stronger, the brushwork is more assured. This is what practice does. Not overnight transformation, but gradual, almost imperceptible refinement. You're still not satisfied and still see the gap between what you want to achieve and what you actually achieve. But the gap is narrowing, slowly, painfully. The gap is narrowing. You don't think much about legacy. Legacy implies future, and you're too focused on the present. Today's painting, this afternoon's light, the exact colour of shadows under olive trees at 4 in the evening, but occasionally, usually late at night when you can't sleep. You wonder what will happen to all these paintings. The stack keeps growing. 40 canvases become 60, which becomes 80. They can't all stay in your room forever. Eventually something will have to be done with them. Theo talks about exhibitions and about getting your work in front of critics and buyers. You want to believe him, but belief requires energy you don't have. The art world seems impossibly far away, impossibly sophisticated, and full of people who know things you don't know, and who speak a language you've never learned. You're just a painter who looks at fields. What do you have to offer people who spend their time in galleries arguing about symbolism and technique? But then you think about the act of looking itself, and something shifts. Everyone looks at fields, at trees, at the sky. But most people look without seeing, their eyes registering information without their brains processing meaning. You've trained yourself to do the opposite, to look until looking becomes seeing, to notice the 10,000 small details that make one field different from another field, one afternoon different from another afternoon. This skill, this learned attentiveness is your actual subject, not wheat, not trees. But the act of paying attention, of being present with what's in front of you. If someone looks at your painting of a wheat field and really sees the wheat, sees how it moves and catches light and exists in space, then you've given them something valuable. You've taught them to look, not at your painting specifically, but at everything, at the world they move through without noticing. This is the legacy you're building, though you didn't realise it until just now, tonight, writing by lamplight while the town sleeps around you. You're making instruction manuals for seeing. The thought is almost overwhelming, not because it's grandiose, you don't think you're creating great art, but because it's humble and enormous at the same time. Every person who looks closely at one of your paintings and then goes outside and looks closely at actual wheat has been changed. Changed slightly, almost imperceptibly, but changed. They can't unsee what they've learned to see. This is education in the deepest sense. This is why you paint. You get out of bed, unable to sleep now, and light the lamp. The paintings stacked around the room regard you with their fixed, unblinking stares. So many fields, so many trees, so many skies. From one angle they look repetitive and obsessive, the same subjects over and over, but from another angle they're variations on a theme, investigations into how light and weather and time of day alter everything they touch. You're not repeating yourself, you're refining yourself. Each painting is practice for seeing more clearly, for understanding more deeply. You think about painters of the past, Rembrandt, Vermeer and the masters whose work you've studied in museums and books. They're dead now, centuries dead, but their seeing persists. When you look at a Rembrandt portrait, you're not just seeing paint arranged on canvas. You're seeing through Rembrandt's eyes, experiencing his particular way of noticing light and shadow and human character. The man died, but his seeing continues, passed down through generations like inherited wealth. This is immortality. Not of the body, but of vision. Will your paintings do this? Will someone 100 years from now look at your wheat fields and see wheat the way you see it? The possibility seems absurd and necessary at the same time. You paint as if the answer is yes, as if future seeing depends on present work. This is faith, you suppose, not religious faith. You've lost that. Lost it years ago when you tried and failed to be a minister. But creative faith. The belief that making something with complete honesty and attention will matter, even if you can't see how or when or to whom. Morning comes gradually, the way it always does. You've been awake all night, thinking and occasionally sketching, working through these ideas about seeing and legacy and the strange mathematics of attention that turns looking into seeing and seeing into painting and painting into instruction. You're exhausted, but also energized. The thoughts have clarified something you'd felt but couldn't articulate. You know why you paint now, not to become famous, not to make money, but to preserve ways of seeing, to document the infinite variety of light falling on ordinary things, to insist that wheat fields matter, and olive trees matter, and the exact colour of sky at dusk matters. You make coffee, terrible coffee as always, and stand at the window watching the street wake up. The baker opens his shutters. The woman sweeps her doorstep. A cat hunts shadows. These are the same small events you see every morning, but this morning they feel different, more precious. Every ordinary moment is worth preserving because every ordinary moment is unrepeatable. Today's light will never exist again. Today's shadows will never fall this exact way again. This morning is unique, singular, and gone as soon as it arrives. The only way to keep it is to paint it. You finish your coffee, gather your materials, and head out into the early light. Your painting spot is waiting. The field, the tree, the horizon that's both barrier and invitation. You set up your easel with practiced efficiency, preparing to spend another day doing what you do, looking until you see, seeing until you understand, and understanding until you can paint. The work is repetitive and endless, and exactly what you need to be doing. Not because anyone's asking for it, not because anyone's paying for it, but because this is your way of participating in the world, your method of saying yes to existence, and your small contribution to the vast project of human seeing. The first brushstroke goes on the canvas like a whisper becoming a shout. It's just paint, just pigment mixed with oil, but it's also everything. Attention made visible, looking made permanent, this specific morning in this specific place captured and held. You work steadily through the morning, watching the light change, adjusting your colours to match what's actually there rather than what you think should be there. This is the discipline. Trusting your eyes over your assumptions, letting reality instruct you rather than imposing your ideas on reality. Hours pass, the sun climbs, your back aches, your eyes water from squinting. Your palette becomes a muddy mess of mixed colours. These are good signs. They mean you're working, really working, not just playing at painting. By early afternoon, the canvas has transformed from blank potential to something actual, not finished, never finished, but present. A field exists where nothing existed before. Light falls where only white canvas waited. You've made something from nothing using nothing but attention and paint. It's a small miracle, repeated daily, never losing its power to surprise you. You clean your brushes, pack your materials, and start the walk back to town. Tonight you'll write to Theo, telling him about today's work, about the thoughts that kept you awake last night, and about why you continue even when continuation seems pointless. Tomorrow you'll return to the field and begin again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is the pattern that defines you now. Work and rest and work again, seeing and painting and seeing again, building a legacy not of fame but of attention, one brush stroke at a time, one painting at a time, one moment of careful looking at a time. The wheat field you painted today will be harvested soon. The light will change, winter will come again. You'll keep painting through all of it, documenting the endless variations of ordinary life, insisting that nothing is truly ordinary if you look closely enough. This is your life now. This is your work. This is what you'll leave behind when you're gone. Not monuments or mansions, but paintings that teach people how to see. If even one person looks at one of your paintings and then looks at the world with new eyes, then everything was worth it. Every morning of cold coffee, every afternoon of aching back, every night of doubt and fear and stubborn foolish hope. You are Vincent van Gogh, and you're painting the world as you see it. The world doesn't care. The world will continue with or without your paintings, but you'll make them anyway, because making them is how you live, how you participate, and how you say thank you to light and colour and the infinite variety of seeing. This is enough. This has to be enough. And on good days, on days like today when the light is perfect and your hand is steady, and the painting almost matches what you saw, it is enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. Imagine passing through a hefty wooden gate with iron hinges that creak like a long-time friend clearing their throat. A medieval garden that has been waiting for centuries to reveal its secrets to you is something truly remarkable that you have just entered. It might be 1250 or 1350. Here time seems to move more slowly. The air is scented with lavender and damp earth, and each path seems to be whispering, "Slow down, you're safe now." In an era known for plagues, wars, and the occasional dragon sighting, well, that last one was mostly in the stories, but you never know, you might ask why anyone would bother designing elaborate gardens. The response is incredibly straightforward. Humans have always required breathing spaces. Medieval gardens were meticulously planned havens that could literally save your sanity, not just lovely places. Take a moment to imagine life in the Middle Ages. You're crammed into cities with dark, narrow streets that, let's face it, smell like things you'd rather not recognise. You have to avoid suspicious puddles, dodge horses, and hope the person selling you bread hasn't been experimenting with using sawdust instead of flour. By nightfall, your nervous system is more tightly wound than the drawbridge of a castle. Imagine now finding a secret garden in a castle courtyard, or behind the walls of a monastery. It's like walking into a warm kitchen after a thunderstorm. Suddenly, the cobblestones that seem to take offence at your ankles are replaced by neat pathways beneath your feet. Instead of flags snapping urgently in the wind, flowers nod in soft breezes. The only sounds are bees humming their old working songs, and the water trickles rather than rushes. The need for specially designed areas to help people relax was recognised by medieval garden designers, something we're still learning today. They were using centuries of meticulous observation about what truly makes people feel at ease, rather than psychology textbooks, which had not yet been created. These gardens adhered to the enclosed embrace concept. Every serene medieval garden was encircled by buildings, hedges or walls, giving the impression that one was being held rather than left open. You were entering a protective cocoon where the chaos of the outside world couldn't follow you, not just a garden. The enclosure was also useful. Medieval gardens required protection from straggling animals, think attempting to meditate while chasing a determined goat away, severe weather, and the odd bandit who might be more concerned with your turnips than your spiritual health. The psychological impact, however, was even more significant. Your mind stops looking for far-off dangers and becomes focused on the here and now when you are unable to see past the garden's boundaries. Every design featured water as a key component. Not tumbling waterfalls or flamboyant fountains, which were added later when people felt that leisure had to be more thrilling. Water in a medieval garden flowed slowly and purposefully. Rainwater could be collected in a simple stone basin, which would serve as a drinking area for birds and a mirror for clouds. Water flowed along raised beds in tiny channels, creating the softest sound imaginable, like rain on leaves, or a lullaby to the ground. The pathways themselves were psychological engineering masterpieces. Medieval garden paths were intended for wandering, in contrast to contemporary gardens where paths frequently lead to designated locations. They were never hurried, but instead curved gently, offering fresh views at every bend. It may appear to be a rosebush, but as you approach it, you'll find a tiny herb garden behind it, which leads to a sunny area where you can sit and watch butterflies compete for the best flowers. These designs weren't haphazard. Although they would have scoffed at such a pretentious title, the first landscape therapists were the designers of medieval gardens. They were just individuals who realised that time, beauty, safety and gentle stimulation are all necessary for the human spirit to unfold. A ton of time. You'll find that each component had a purpose as you get comfortable exploring these gardens during our journey together. The herbs weren't only used to season soup. Depending on your needs, they release scents that could increase energy or reduce anxiety. In addition to being lovely, the flowers' hues and forms were selected to soothe weary eyes and promote the kind of gentle concentration that allows your mind to relax. Even the upkeep of these gardens was planned with tranquility in mind. In contrast to contemporary landscaping, which necessitates loud machinery and last-minute weekend labour, medieval gardens developed their beauty gradually, season by season. Pruning, weeding, watering, all gentle, repetitive tasks that allow your thoughts to settle like sediment in a peaceful pond, became a kind of moving meditation. As you fall asleep tonight, picture yourself as the garden's caretaker. As you check on young seedlings, feel the morning dew on your fingertips, hear the gratifying hum of your blade cutting overly eager herbs. Imagine yourself sitting on a plain wooden bench in the evening light, watching the last bees of the day visit flowers that appear to glow in the golden hour. In your fantasy medieval world, you awaken to the sound of bells ringing throughout the countryside. Not the startling clatter of contemporary life, but the soft bronze voices that have been calling people to prayer for centuries. You're now in a monastery garden, the pinnacle of the art of tranquil design. For good reason, monastic communities were the world's best gardeners during the Middle Ages. Through prayer, meditation, and what they referred to as opus manuum, the work of hands, these individuals had devoted their lives to discovering a connection with God. They learned that certain physical settings could either help or hinder their spiritual objectives, and they incorporated these insights into the design of their gardens. As soon as you enter the monastery, you'll notice how different the atmosphere is from the outside world. Not only is it quieter, but the air itself seems to have acquired patience. The garden unfolds in front of you in sections, each serving a distinct function, but all being bound together by the same overarching idea. Everything in this place is there to restore the health of the human soul. The physical garden, where therapeutic herbs are grown in tidy raised beds, is the first space you come across. However, don't picture sterile rows like the outdoor area of a contemporary pharmacy. An artist's sense of colour, texture and scent is evident in the arrangement of these plants. Even their most utilitarian plantings were beautiful to behold, because the monastery gardeners recognised that healing starts with the senses. Alongside tidy thyme borders, chamomile grows in silvery green mounds. In purple ranks that appear to glitter in the morning light, lavender stands at attention. Wherever it is permitted, mint grows, producing cool green carpets that smell good whenever you touch them. The real magic occurs when you discover that in fact walking among these plants causes your breathing to slow down. The visual effect is calming. Certain scents have direct pathways to the nervous system, a discovery made by medieval monks that modern aromatherapy is still catching up to. It's true that lavender reduces anxiety. In fact, rosemary can help with mental clarity. Mint actually improves mood and aids in digestion. However, they did more than simply cultivate these plants. They placed them along the garden path so that people would naturally and unconsciously experience their benefits. It was not because medieval people lacked imagination that monastic gardens were laid out according to rigid geometric patterns. These geometric patterns functioned as a kind of visual meditation. Your mind would naturally settle into the same serene rhythm if your eye followed the neat patterns. Squares within squares, circles intersected by crosses and rectangles divided by diagonal paths. Beyond aesthetics, geometric garden design has a profoundly fulfilling quality. It is easier for your internal state to achieve equilibrium when your external environment is well organised and balanced. Through daily practice, the monks were able to determine this. They discovered they could enter and stay in meditative states more quickly and for longer after spending hours in prayer and reflection in gardens with solid geometric underpinnings. A well or fountain, placed where several paths met, was the focal point of the majority of monastery gardens. This had symbolic and psychological significance, in addition to being pragmatic, although access to water was undoubtedly crucial. In almost all spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of life, rebirth, and purification. Having it at the centre of the garden served as a conscious or unconscious reminder to guests that they were in a space devoted to renewal. The water features were intended to stimulate your senses without overpowering them, which is where the subtle genius of medieval garden designers was displayed. Water trickling slowly from a carved spout into a basin in a basic stone well could produce the softest sound possible, enough to drown out distracting sounds outside the garden walls, but not enough to draw attention to itself. In order to maximise psychological benefits, the seating areas in the monastery gardens were positioned strategically. Wooden benches were placed facing either west, for evening reflection as the day came to an end, or east, for morning meditation in the light of the sunrise. They were placed next to herb beds where the scent would be most potent in the hottest hours of the day, or nestled into alcoves created by carefully trained fruit trees. Sitting in one of these locations, you would observe how the garden seems to envelop you without making you feel crowded. Although the surrounding hedges or walls provide privacy and security, they aren't so high that you feel confined. As the sun passes overhead, you can see the sky, watch the clouds move and take in the shifting patterns of light and shadow. It feels like a soft, verdant hug. Monastery gardens' maintenance philosophy was a reflection of their spiritual mission. Slowly and deliberately, the work was done as a kind of prayer. Weeding was an opportunity to exercise patience and attention to detail, not a task to be hurried through. Watering was an opportunity to observe and appreciate the needs and growth of each individual plant, in addition to providing basic plant care. This method produced gardens that exuded serenity. Spaces acquire a distinct energy quality when they are maintained with love and meditation, as opposed to speed and efficiency. This phenomenon is frequently mentioned by contemporary visitors to restored monastery gardens. There is an unmistakably serene quality to these areas that transcends their aesthetic appeal. In ways we have mostly forgotten, the monks also had an understanding of seasonal rhythms. Their gardens were planned to offer various forms of aesthetic appeal and practicality all year long. The delicate blossoms of fruit trees and the new green of fresh herbs arrived with spring. Harvests were plentiful, and the scent of blooming plants filled the air during the summer. Autumn brought vibrant foliage and the joy of collecting seeds for planting the following year. With the sharp lines of the geometric design clearly visible, and evergreen herbs offering patches of life against the snow, even winter had its own stern beauty. Imagine how the light of the day gradually fades and how the air cools and carries the mixed scents of herbs as you settle into evening prayer in this monastery garden. You discover that you have spent the entire day in this verdant haven, without ever feeling rushed, anxious, or out of sync with the cycles of life itself when the bells ring once more, summoning the community to vespers. You're exchanging your modest monastery cell for something far more opulent this morning, a castle garden intended for medieval aristocracy. However, don't anticipate the extravagant extravagance of later centuries. Subtly sophisticated medieval noble gardens were designed to provide ideal settings for the kinds of pursuits that kept aristocrats sane amidst the demands of political life. The unusual living quarters of medieval aristocrats resembled a goldfish bowl. From servants to rival families to visiting diplomats who reported back to foreign courts, everyone was continuously watching, criticising, and analysing their lives. There was hardly any privacy, and leisure had to be carefully planned in between court rituals, tournaments, and the never-ending negotiations that prevented kingdoms from falling into anarchy. Their gardens, which were created especially to offer the kinds of tranquil experiences that would be practically impossible to find elsewhere in medieval society, turned into vital pressure valves. However, these were not merely enlarged monastic gardens. Noble gardens needed to do more than just impress guests. They also needed to offer useful advantages and a real escape from the bustle of the outside world. You can see how the garden areas are shrewdly tucked into areas that might otherwise go unused as you stroll through the castle's main courtyard. Every inch of protected interior space was valuable, because medieval castles were constructed primarily for defence and then for comfort. Working like puzzle solvers, the garden designers created lovely havens in small courtyards with no military use, along walls and in strange corners. One of the most clever features is what the medievals called a pleasaunce, basically a private outdoor space intended for leisure and small parties. Imagine a square or rectangular area surrounded by dense hedges or low walls, with thoughtfully placed sightlines that preserve views of the castle's most appealing features or far-off landscapes while obstructing views from the crowded main courtyards. These spaces were decorated to resemble outdoor living rooms. Backrests and seating were provided by raised beds, which were frequently topped with turf benches, which were essentially earth and grass sofas that were surprisingly cosy and unmistakably different. Depending on when the garden's owner wanted to escape from public responsibilities, wooden benches were positioned to benefit from morning sunlight or afternoon shade. Noble Gardens' plant selections demonstrated a deep comprehension of social dynamics and psychology. Roses were important because of their symbolic meaning in addition to their beauty. Roses stood for love, purity, and the transient nature of earthly beauty, according to the medievals, who interpreted everything. Roses were a continual reminder that there was beauty in life worth stopping to appreciate, like poetry growing right outside your window. The way these roses were cultivated, however, was the truly ingenious aspect. Medieval gardeners trained roses as climbers and ramblers, weaving them through wooden frameworks to create living walls and shaded alcoves, in contrast to modern rose bushes that bloom once, and then look rather ordinary for the rest of the year. Picture yourself sitting beneath an arbour, with hundreds of tiny, highly fragrant roses that formed a natural canopy above you, and petals that occasionally fell like fragrant snow. In castle settings, herb gardens fulfilled three functions. They were useful, aesthetically pleasing, and instructive. Noble families were supposed to know how to run the home, cook, and practice medicine. The herb garden offered practical and soothing opportunities for hands-on learning, identifying the various mints, which is surprisingly difficult and strangely meditative, knowing which herbs aid in digestion, or just taking in the complex scents that changed throughout the day as plants released various aromatic compounds in response to temperature and sun could all take up an afternoon. Although more ornate than those found in monasteries, water features in noble gardens were still created with psychological comfort in mind. The family's coat of arms could be carved into a raised stone basin that was supplied with water from the castle's main supply via a tiny channel. Although the visual effect was more advanced, the sound was still subdued because medieval people had not yet developed the noisy fountain obsession that would define later periods. These water features provided focal points for casual get-togethers and reflection. Since medieval aristocrats lacked modern-day coffee shops and living rooms, garden water features offered serene, lovely settings in which challenging discussions could take place without creating tension. Moving water seems to promote honesty while discouraging conflict. Medieval garden designers were well aware of this and took advantage of it. Unlike monastery gardens, where paths encouraged solitary meditation, castle garden paths were ideal for two-person conversations, wide enough for companions to walk side by side, but not so wide that the area felt formal or intimidating. The paths in noble gardens were made for what we might call therapeutic strolling. These pathways frequently included what medieval designers referred to as viewing mounts, tiny man-made hills made by piling up dirt and covering it with turf. More significantly, climbing to the top of a viewing mount offered a mild form of exercise that might help release the tension that had built up from long days of sitting through court ceremonies or council meetings. It also gave you a new perspective on the garden and the surrounding area. Noble gardens displayed a remarkable level of sophistication in their seasonal planning. In addition to ensuring that there is always something lovely or intriguing, garden designers planned planting schedules to ensure that the garden would offer a variety of psychological advantages all year long. The emphasis on hope and rebirth in spring plantings was ideal for acclimating to the long, gloomy winter months when everyone was cooped up inside. The social activities that were vital to aristocratic life were supported by the abundance and celebration that summer gardens provided. Plants in autumn gardens gave nobles a sense of preparation and achievement, which helped them adopt the planning mentality needed to survive the winter. What could be referred to as emergency relaxation features, elements created especially to offer prompt stress relief during political crises, were also present in medieval castle gardens. The maze or labyrinth was a favourite, but not the difficult puzzle mazes of later eras. With their single paths winding in intricate patterns but never offering choices or dead ends, medieval labyrinths were intended to be walking meditations. When you needed to solve complicated problems, you could walk the labyrinth, and the intricate pattern and rhythmic movement would frequently encourage solutions to come to you organically. Imagine yourself sitting on one of those turf benches in your make-believe castle garden as evening draws near and the scent of plants that bloom at night starts to fill the air. Here, the meticulous design of the garden somehow absorbs the political tensions of the day. You can rest fully tonight, surrounded by beauty that has been specifically designed to foster human peace. But tomorrow will present new challenges. You're learning about the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden, one of the most advanced inventions in medieval gardening tonight. This was not just any walled area with plants. Rather, it was a thoughtfully planned setting, intended to produce what could be referred to as perfect psychological conditions for human flourishing. A thorough understanding of how environmental boundaries impact mental state led to the development of the enclosed garden concept. People in the Middle Ages lived in constant fear of danger that might lurk outside of their familiar boundaries. Anywhere, at any time, there could be bandits, untamed animals, hostile armies, and unexplained illnesses. Every element of daily life, including the layout of serene areas, was influenced by this persistent low-level anxiety. Imagine yourself walking through a small gate or doorway into an enclosed garden. The changeover is purposeful and dramatic. You're surrounded by walls that define and safeguard a smaller, more manageable universe one moment, and then you are in the open world with its boundless horizons and possible dangers the next. Your nervous system literally lets out a sigh of relief as a result of the profound and instantaneous psychological shift. Medieval garden designers, however, went beyond the basic enclosure. They realized that walls by themselves could feel more like prisons than like freedoms. Making the enclosure feel more like an embrace than a prison was the trick. They achieved this by paying close attention to sight lines, proportions, and what we might refer to as controlled openings. A sense of protected space where you could not be surprised or threatened was provided by the walls of the most successful enclosed gardens, which adhered to what contemporary environmental psychologists refer to as the prospect and refuge principle, though medieval designers would have simply referred to it as feeling safe while seeing beauty. However, the gardens also featured thoughtfully designed opportunities, sky views, far-off landscapes, or garden elements that allowed your thoughts to roam without straying from the safety zone. Gates or windows in the walls that framed views like living paintings could create these opportunities. Picture yourself perched on a stone bench, gazing through an arched aperture that ideally frames a view of the castle's towers or a far-off hillside. Your body stays securely contained while your eye can travel to these far-off views, meeting the human need for spatial variety. The enclosed gardens' plant choices were exquisite examples of sensory design. Each plant was picked for its ability to enhance the garden's overall psychological ambience, in addition to its aesthetic value. Lavender offered a soothing scent and delicate silvery leaves that glistened in any kind of light. The strong, enlightening aroma of rosemary could clear mental haze and boost alertness without making people anxious. Plants in the mint family offered refreshing scents and cooling effects that could help cool even the hottest summer days. What we might refer to as layered fragrances, plant combinations that released distinct scents at various times of day and in various weather conditions, were common in medieval enclosed gardens. The scent of wet herbs may be green and dewy in the morning, mingled with the honey-sweet aroma of flowers opening to the sun. Aromatic plants such as oregano and thyme would release their stronger scents in the midday heat. Night-blooming plants, with their enigmatic and frequently more complex scents, would emerge in the evening. These gardens' ground planning adhered to principles that seemed to work almost magically. The walkways were both intimately intimate and sufficiently wide for comfortable walking. Since you could never see the entire garden at once, they gently curved to evoke a sense of discovery. There was always something new to discover around every corner. However, everything happened at a natural and secure pace, and the curves were never abrupt enough to cause surprise or fear. Enclosed garden water management reached new artistic heights. Each drop of water could be meticulously regulated and synchronized because these were enclosed spaces. In order to produce various sounds and visual effects throughout the garden, designers devised systems that would allow water to move slowly through the area, appearing and disappearing. You may first see water as a soft spring that emerges from a carved stone face in one wall, then follow its path as it feeds various plant beds via tiny channels before gathering in a central basin to reflect the sky and light. From the first soft bubbling of the spring to the soft trickling through the channels to the almost silent filling of the last basin, the sound of this water would change as it travelled. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as controlled wilderness within enclosed spaces was also recognised by medieval designers. These gardens featured sections where plants were permitted to grow in more organic patterns, despite their meticulous planning and upkeep. Herbs that had been left to self-seed and spread could be found in a corner, resulting in patches that felt wild and impromptu, but were totally safe. A basic psychological need of humans was met by this harmony between naturalness and control. We need a certain amount of surprise and natural beauty to keep our minds active and interested, but we also need order and predictability for security. Both were simultaneously offered by enclosed gardens, which offered areas of delightful unpredictability along with general order and safety. Enclosed gardens featured especially elaborate seating arrangements. There were several seating options to accommodate various social settings and moods. Cool, isolated places to reflect were provided by stone benches set into the walls. For extended stays, wooden benches placed in bright spots offered warmth and comfort. The most private and cosy seating was provided by turf benches, those amazing earth and grass creations from the Middle Ages that were ideal for reading, taking naps, or having quiet discussions. The placement of these seating sections was done to capitalise on the various seasons and times of day. In order to enjoy the soft early sun, morning seats faced east. The locations of the midday seats were chosen to provide shade during the hottest times of the day. Seats in the evening faced west to watch the sunset. In order to harness any available warmth from the low winter sun, winter seats were placed in alcoves facing south. Enclosed gardens' seasonal development was thoughtfully planned to offer psychological support all year long. After enduring the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people needed hope and renewal, which spring plantings offered. Summertime designs offered celebration and plenty. Plants in autumnal gardens conveyed a sense of preparation and harvest. Evergreen trees and intriguing architectural elements were included in the design to add beauty and interest even during the winter months. Most significantly, medieval enclosed gardens were intended to be places for what we might refer to as productive solitude. These were not places where you could hide from the outside world forever, but rather places where you could temporarily withdraw, regain your emotional and mental balance, and then resume your daily activities with fresh vitality and perspective. Imagine yourself falling asleep in your own little enclosed garden, with walls that feel protective rather than limiting, and breathing in air that is scented with herbs that have been carefully selected to encourage relaxation and tranquility. The boundaries of the garden create a perfect little world where you can just enjoy being in an area created specifically for your well-being. When you wake up this morning, you'll find something amazing. Centuries before the terms environmental aromatherapy were coined, medieval people were engaging in a highly developed form of it. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, their gardens were meticulously planned sensory experiences that used the scents and qualities of plants to affect mental, physical, and emotional states. Medieval garden designers drew inspiration from a fascinating blend of traditional knowledge passed down through the generations, keen observation, and what they dubbed the doctrine of signatures. The idea that a plant's growth patterns, scent, or appearance could reveal its medicinal uses. Their practical outcomes were frequently remarkably effective, even though some of their theories now seem charmingly antiquated. An early morning stroll through a medieval herb garden would reveal what is essentially a living pharmacy, but one that has been created with a psychologist's awareness of human needs and an artist's sense of aesthetics. Every plant was placed to provide the greatest possible therapeutic benefit to garden visitors, in addition to ideal growing conditions. Along pathways where people would naturally brush against it, chamomile was planted. It has tiny, daisy-like flowers and a sweet, apple-like scent. Although medieval gardeners were aware that the aroma of chamomile could reduce anxiety and encourage sound sleep, they also recognized that the psychological impact was greater when the scent was inadvertently inhaled rather than intentionally. Something about finding a healing scent by accident is more potent than actively seeking it out. In addition to its lovely purple blooms and unique scent, lavender was prized in medieval gardens for its incredibly consistent calming properties. The biochemistry of how lavender's linalool and linaloyl acetate compounds actually slow down nervous system activity was unknown to medieval people, but they were aware of the effects. In order to promote peaceful sleep, lavender was planted close to places where people sat, along walkways that led to private areas, and particularly close to windows in bedrooms. Lavender's placement in gardens demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of scent dispersal. Medieval gardeners planted lavender in sunny locations where afternoon heat would optimize its therapeutic benefits, because they knew that the plant releases its strongest fragrance during the warmest part of the day. Additionally, they placed lavender bushes where people might unintentionally brush against them while strolling, because they knew that bruised lavender releases even more scent. Almost like a garden guardian, rosemary was placed close to gates and entrances so that its potent, calming scent could assist guests in shifting from the disorganized state of everyday life to the concentrated awareness required for appreciating a garden. According to contemporary research, medieval people thought rosemary improved mental clarity and memory. It is true that compounds found in rosemary can enhance alertness and cognitive function. However, this is where the genius of medieval garden design was displayed. Rosemary was also planted alongside soothing herbs like chamomile and lavender. The end effect was a well-balanced scent experience that could improve mental clarity without causing overstimulation or anxiety. In these gardens, you felt more at ease and could think more clearly, two things that are surprisingly hard to combine. The most adaptable medicinal plants in medieval gardens came from the mint family. Various mints were used to achieve various physical and psychological effects. Without the potency of peppermint, spearmint provided mild digestive support and a revitalizing mental boost. The sweeter, softer scent of apple mint was ideal for unwinding in the evening. In the damp spots next to garden water features, where its cooling qualities could intensify the revitalizing effects of flowing water, water mint flourished. Medieval gardeners also recognized a fact that contemporary aromatherapy is rediscovering. Combinations of plants, rather than individual species, frequently produce the most potent therapeutic fragrances. In their gardens, they established what we might refer to as fragrance neighborhoods, by assembling plants whose fragrances would complement one another and offer supplementary medicinal advantages. A standard calming corner might include rose for emotional support, chamomile for mild sedation, lavender for anxiety relief, and maybe a dash of mint for freshness. Because each plant releases a different amount of fragrance in response to temperature and humidity changes, these plants would be arranged so that their distinct scents would naturally blend to create complex, subtle scent experiences that could change throughout the day. In medieval gardens, roses had uses far beyond aesthetics. Various types were selected based on their distinct scents and purported impact on health and happiness. With their powerful, complex scent, damask roses were thought to uplift the soul and fortify the heart in difficult times. Alba roses were believed to promote rational thinking and clear mental confusion because of their fresher, cleaner scent. Roses were planted along pathways that people might walk when resolving difficult emotions, and medieval rose gardens were frequently created as emotional support systems. The perfect environment for processing and healing emotions was created by the combination of therapeutic fragrance, lovely visual stimulation, and mild physical exercise. Medieval gardens' seasonal fragrance progression was thoughtfully planned to promote mental well-being all year long. Fresh green fragrances that could alleviate winter depression and promote mental rejuvenation were the focus of spring gardens. Early herbs, such as young rosemary and mint, offered astringent, energizing scents that might help dispel the mental sluggishness that frequently accompanied the dark months. With several plants blooming at once to create intricate, multi-layered scent environments, summer gardens provided the most complete fragrance experiences. However, these weren't overpowering sensory attacks. Medieval gardeners recognized the value of restraint and balance. There were peaceful spots with delicate scents in even the most ornate summer garden, places where overstimulated senses could relax. Warming, grounding scents from autumn gardens could ease the psychological transition to winter. The rich, complex scents of late-blooming herbs, such as oregano and sage, seemed to capture the joy of harvest. These plants were frequently placed close to places where people could sit and think back on the events of the year, while mentally getting ready for the reflective winter months. Medieval herb gardens also served as therapeutic environments for their upkeep. Herb harvesting required methodical, slow attention to timing, plant conditions, and appropriate methods. Spaces filled with concentrated fragrances from drying herbs could benefit from aromatherapy for weeks. Since disturbed herb plants released their fragrances as you worked, even weeding herb gardens was more enjoyable than other garden maintenance. The significance of a personal connection to medicinal plants is another thing that medieval people understood that we are still learning about. They urged garden visitors to form bonds with individual plants, learning about their unique growth patterns, best times to harvest them, and distinctive scent patterns. The therapeutic effects were enhanced by this individualized attention. The benefits of a plant seem to be more potent when you know it well. Imagine yourself surrounded by carefully selected and arranged plants that will support your health as evening descends on your make-believe medieval herb garden. A delicate combination of scents permeates the air, calming the stresses of the day and preparing your mind for a good night's sleep. Every breath brings you compounds that have been used for thousands of years to help people find health and peace. These compounds were arranged by gardeners who realized that healing occurs most effectively in settings that are beautiful and thoughtfully designed. You're studying one of the most intriguing facets of medieval gardening this morning, the creation of spaces that have the power to literally alter human perception through the use of geometric patterns and symbolic designs. Plants were not arranged haphazardly or in accordance with contemporary aesthetic standards by medieval garden designers. Their work was based on a deep understanding of how spiritual awareness and mental state are influenced by visual patterns. In the world of the medieval people, everything was thought to have symbolic meaning. Rather than being merely ornamental choices, numbers, shapes, colours, and spatial relationships were seen as stepping stones to a greater comprehension of natural harmony and divine order. This symbolic language was employed by garden designers to create areas that could lead guests to particular spiritual and psychological states. You would instantly notice the sense of balance and justice that seems to emanate from the layout itself if you were to walk into a medieval garden that was created using sacred geometric principles. Pathways that follow mathematical proportions found in nature, the same ratios that are present in human bodies, flower petals and seashells, would entice your attention. Your mind would perceive these patterns as essentially reliable and harmonious, even if you were not familiar with the technical specifics. The square formed by intersecting pathways into 4 smaller squares was the most popular geometric foundation for medieval gardens. The 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in biblical texts were all represented by this pattern, which is known as a quadripartite design. Beyond its symbolic significance, however, this design had useful psychological effects. Quadripartite gardens offered a visual order that was both simple enough to be instantly understandable and complex enough to be fascinating. The overall pattern was easy for your mind to understand, giving you a sense of control. However, there was space for variation and surprise within each quadrant. Human psychological needs appear to be well served by this blend of controlled variation and predictable structure. Geometrically designed gardens had pathways that were more than just ways to get from one place to another. They served as what we might refer to as contemplation guides, physical objects that, by merely walking, could induce meditative states in your mind. Special features such as a fountain, an especially lovely plant, or a religious sculpture that encouraged pause and contemplation were frequently used to mark the intersections where pathways crossed. Medieval garden designers realised something that contemporary meditation instructors have rediscovered: that beautiful visual stimulation coupled with repetitive rhythmic movement can create deeply calming and restorative altered states of consciousness. It became a kind of moving meditation to follow the geometric paths of a medieval garden, with their predictable curves and intersections. Geometric gardens with circular features had unique psychological purposes. Curved alcoves, round fountains, and circular herb beds offered visual respite from the overall geometric framework's angular precision. More significantly, however, in medieval symbolic thinking, circles stood for wholeness, harmony, and perfection. It was thought that incorporating circular elements into garden design would aid guests in achieving spiritual integration and psychological wholeness. What we might refer to as sacred proportion systems, mathematical relationships thought to reflect divine harmony, were incorporated into the most elaborate medieval gardens. The golden ratio, which can be found in everything from nautilus shells to sunflower seed spirals, was frequently used to establish the connections between various garden sections. Even when visitors were unable to consciously pinpoint the reason, these proportional systems produced gardens that felt enigmatically fulfilling to experience. Your mind would react with a sense of calm and righteousness that seemed to come from the surroundings rather than from any deliberate effort on your part as your eye moved through areas that felt harmonious and well-balanced. Geometric gardens featured equally complex colour schemes. Based on observed psychological effects and symbolic associations, medieval designers employed what they dubbed colour harmonies. White flowers were frequently planted in central areas or along main routes because they symbolised purity and spiritual illumination. Red flowers were placed where their emotional intensity could be appreciated without overpowering the tranquil atmosphere of the garden, symbolising both earthly passion and divine love. Despite being comparatively uncommon in medieval gardens, blue flowers were prized for their purported capacity to foster introspection and spiritual understanding. They were frequently placed in peaceful nooks or beside walkways that led to places of prayer where their calming hue might assist guests in turning their attention from material worries to spiritual ones. Keeping up geometric gardens was a kind of spiritual exercise in and of itself. Regular, patient attention was necessary to maintain the pattern's clarity and accuracy. The gardeners who cared for these areas frequently referred to their labour as a kind of meditation or prayer. Replanting to maintain colour arrangements, weeding to preserve the clarity of planted patterns, and trimming hedges to maintain clean geometric lines all became opportunities to practice the kind of focused attention that medieval people associated with spiritual development. Geometric gardens were designed with seasonal changes in mind to preserve the key patterns, while offering year-round diversity and interest. The linear features of the garden, such as the bulbs placed along the edges of the pathways to produce clear lines of colour, could be highlighted with spring plantings. While keeping their fundamental boundaries, summer plantings could fill in the geometric shapes with a profusion of growth. Even as their foliage changed colour, plants that offered strong structural elements could be found in autumn gardens. In order to maintain the geometric patterns even when the majority of the plants were inactive, winter gardens relied on hardscape components and evergreen plants. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as pattern completion was also recognised by medieval garden designers, who produced geometric designs that encouraged guests to actively perceive the patterns rather than merely passively observing them. The entire geometric pattern may not be immediately apparent when you first enter a garden. Instead, you may need to navigate through different sections and observe the area from different perspectives before the entire pattern becomes clear to you. Important psychological purposes were fulfilled by this gradual pattern recognition process. It was a gentle, fulfilling puzzle with a clear solution that kept your mind active. Garden patterns could be fully comprehended and appreciated, in contrast to the intricate and frequently intractable issues of everyday medieval life. A sense of emotional and intellectual relief that was hard to find elsewhere was brought on by this experience of understanding and completion. The geometric garden design's symbolic meanings also gave guests what we might refer to as contemplation frameworks, organised approaches to considering life's more profound issues. A garden that is themed around the number 4 could inspire contemplation of the 4 seasons of spiritual growth, the 4 stages of life, or the 4 virtues. Through garden design, these ideas were made tangible and approachable rather than being abstract philosophical concepts. Geometric gardens' maze and labyrinth features had specific psychological purposes. Since they could engender fear rather than serenity, true mazes, with their numerous paths and dead ends, were less prevalent in serene medieval gardens. But because of their meditative properties, labyrinths, single-path patterns that wound in intricate yet predictable ways toward a central goal, were well liked. It took just the right amount of mental focus to navigate a labyrinth, keeping your conscious mind busy while allowing deeper levels of awareness to emerge. What medieval people referred to as contemplative prayer, and what we might recognise as a type of walking meditation, were made possible by the rhythmic movement and the visual interest of the winding path. What medieval designers referred to as paradise features, elements created especially to evoke the biblical Garden of Eden or other sacred landscapes, were found in the most ornate geometric gardens. These could include particular plant combinations mentioned in religious texts or fountains arranged to form the 4 rivers of paradise. However, even these highly symbolic components were incorporated into designs that placed more emphasis on psychological calm and comfort than on purely symbolic accuracy. Observe how the shadows highlight the patterns that lead your eye and mind to peace, as evening light starts to slope across your imagined geometric garden. Lines of light and shadow reveal mathematical relationships that appeared abstract during the day, serving as a reminder that the same principles that give flowers and seashells their beauty also influence the areas where people can find the most tranquility. As our tour of medieval gardens comes to an end tonight, you find yourself sitting in a garden that reflects all we have learned together. A place where noble sophistication meets monastery wisdom, where geometric precision embraces natural beauty, and where each element has been thoughtfully chosen to foster human peace. The surrounding garden is a representation of centuries' worth of knowledge about what people require in order to flourish spiritually and emotionally. Despite lacking access to contemporary psychology textbooks and environmental science research, medieval garden designers created methods and ideas that are still remarkably successful today. Their gardens were more than just lovely settings. They were therapeutic havens designed by individuals who recognized the power of outward beauty to alter inner experience. You can see how every element we've come across during our exploration fulfills several functions at once. In addition to offering physical security, the walls surrounding these gardens establish psychological barriers that help your mind focus on the here and now rather than constantly looking for threats in the future. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, the geometric pathways lead your body through soft rhythmic motions that naturally create meditative states. In addition to producing beautiful sounds and visual interest, the water features we have found offer the psychological advantages of being near flowing water, such as enhanced focus, lowered stress hormones, and that inexplicable feeling of rejuvenation that people seem to experience when they are near water. Despite their ignorance of negative ions and the neurological effects of specific sound frequencies, medieval people noticed that people felt better when they were near flowing water, so they planned their gardens accordingly. Perhaps the most advanced knowledge of all can be found in the plant choices made for medieval gardens. These gardeners were aware of the scents that could reduce anxiety, enhance mental clarity, and facilitate the shift from wakefulness to sleep. They selected plants that would offer the appropriate sensory experiences during the seasons when people most needed them because they were aware of seasonal psychology. Perhaps more significantly, though, medieval garden designers recognized that peace is more than simply the absence of stress or conflict, something we occasionally overlook in our contemporary world. True peace is a positive state that must be actively created and maintained through careful attention to environment, relationships, and daily practices. Medieval gardens were intended to promote peace. Each component combined to help guests transition from whatever state they were in to one of true peace and rejuvenation. Without strain or effort, the shift occurred gradually and organically. Simply by spending time in a thoughtfully designed setting, you would find that your natural ability for peace would reassert itself, and that the tensions and worries of the day would dissolve as you entered these gardens. Medieval garden maintenance ideas also contained timeless lessons. These areas were cared for with love, patience, and what the medievals referred to as right intention, the desire to bring about healing and beauty rather than efficiency or maximum output. The gardeners who cared for these areas were aware that their own mental states during work had an impact on the outcome. Compared to gardens tended with meditative care, gardens tended with hurried frustration felt different. This idea applies to all facets of creating tranquil spaces, not just gardening. Beyond just physical arrangements, the energy and intention we put into any space-making activity, whether we're setting up a room, cooking, or just planning our daily schedule, influences the outcome. Important lessons about the interplay between structure and freedom were also imparted by medieval gardens. They weren't wild, unruly places, but they also weren't strict or repressive. They offered dependable beauty, well-defined boundaries, and predictable patterns. But there was also space for growth, surprise, and organic variation. Human psychological well-being appears to depend on this harmony between spontaneity and order. In our contemporary world, we frequently vacillate between two extremes. Either we give up on structure completely and hope that freedom alone will bring peace, or we attempt to control every element of our surroundings and schedule. Medieval gardens offer a compromise, building pillars that support rather than impede our innate ability to be happy and peaceful. Another timeless lesson is provided by the seasonal awareness incorporated into medieval garden design. Recognizing that people have different needs at different times and seasons, these gardens were created to offer a variety of gifts throughout the year. After long winters, when people most needed encouragement, spring gardens provided hope and renewal. Summer gardens supported the active growing season with celebration and plenty. As the year came to a close, autumn gardens provided a time for contemplation and preparation. During the reflective months, winter gardens offered structure and peaceful beauty. The way we think about bringing peace into our own lives may change as a result of this seasonal approach to the surroundings and activities. We might learn to modify our peacemaking techniques to fit with seasonal psychological needs and natural rhythms, rather than relying on the same tactics to function consistently throughout the year. Important insights can also be gained from the social aspects of medieval gardens. These were places intended to foster both community and solitude, not just private havens. They offered gathering places where people could congregate in lovely, serene surroundings, as well as peaceful alcoves where people could find time to themselves. The gardens demonstrated that fostering an environment free from stress and conflict is what true peace is all about, not isolating oneself from others. Perhaps most importantly, medieval gardens showed that usefulness and beauty are partners rather than mutually exclusive. Every lovely feature in these gardens had a functional function as well, whether it was to improve growing conditions, supply medicinal plants, control water flow, or promote mental well-being in people. This combination of usefulness and beauty offers ideas for how we could approach all of our life's decisions. Final wisdom worth passing down is provided by the timing principles ingrained in medieval garden design. Through repeated exposure to thoughtfully designed sensory experiences, these gardens gradually worked their calming magic. They were intended to bring about the kind of profound, long-lasting change that occurs when people regularly spend time in settings that encourage their best traits, rather than for temporary solutions or instant transformation. Imagine yourself carrying forward the fundamental ideas we've learned as you get ready to leave this fictional medieval garden and head back to your own time and place. The significance of safety and enclosure, the ability of natural beauty to alter mood and consciousness, the importance of geometric order mixed with organic variety, and the fundamental human need for areas created especially to foster peace. The medieval garden keepers had a profound understanding. Establishing peace in particular locations is the first step toward establishing peace globally, and people naturally become more peaceful when they regularly have access to truly peaceful settings. Their gardens were investments in human potential, areas created to support individuals in becoming the most serene, astute, and affectionate versions of themselves. the scent of medieval lavender, the sound of water gently trickling through stone channels, and the fulfillment that comes from spending time in places created with unending attention to human flourishing should all accompany you as you drift off to sleep tonight. Even though these gardens are only in our imaginations right now, anyone who wants to bring beauty, order and peace to their own region of the world can always benefit from their wisdom. Some human experiences, beauty, peace, the healing power of well-kept gardens, transcend time and connect us across centuries to the basic needs and joys that make us human. These bells that called medieval people to prayer ring one last time across your imagined landscape, but they are not calling you to any specific religious practice. Dream sweet dreams in your peaceful garden. Now, if you will, imagine that your great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realise that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing, though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolise and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organised labour gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who is most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organises the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep. And the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realised they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks, and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature, and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of Dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important, religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realized that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honoring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialized equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. It was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic, which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialized training, no need to memorize hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business, and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek. Where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension, Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognized its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardizing the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilized in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed, some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate, and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, the illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, they brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the picia system, which divided text into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibres was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle. Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kailun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realized that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, a university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear, or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes, who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe. Researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory, that the Earth revolved around the Sun, was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, while Will's was well known for its literary discussions. The coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialized knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed, it was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity, and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, The Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness, thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, the content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of the Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialised in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in the Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories. While Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time. In ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting, the typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass-literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialized print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, you could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world, thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record, rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration. by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric culture's oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, the encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority, and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works, despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors. Social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient, and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, so keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop, medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring. which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri dictation, and Google voice typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services, which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing, in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments, are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilizing technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavors, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionize the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavor of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone: scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cozy spaces between waking and sleeping. You're connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you're reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realised that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognise their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers, recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavour to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list, and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more, Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, the Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. The day my old name died began with crows on the battlements and ended with a circlet of hammered gold pressing a red welt into my brow. I had lived 17 winters as a foster son. Arthur was fit only to muck stalls at Sir Ector's holdings in the Welsh marches. Yet here I stood in a chill sunrise at Caerleon, wind off the usk tasting of iron filings, while lords who had never met me raised spears in acclaim. The heralds trumpeted, "Pendrag!" and my ribs fluttered like a quail's. I will not pretend the cheering felt noble. It felt terrifying, as though a roaring sea had broken through the courtyard gate. Sir Kay whispered, "Hold the sword higher, brother, they need to see you." My arm shook under the hilt's surprising heft. Excalibur, Merlin called it Caldfolk, the hard bright cleaver, had looked weightless in the stone, but wielded, it was equal to a ploughshare in wet clay. As sunlight ran down the fuller, the onlookers strained forward. Hedge knights in patched mail, sleek barons whose rings smelled of civet, and barefoot children craning between guard shields. One could map the fractures in Britain by their faces, angles tight-lipped beside downtrodden Romano-British magistrates, Cymru hill kings glaring at Northumbrian envoys. All of them watched the orphan who had slipped a sword from an anvil when worthier men could not. That first week passed in parchment dust and the clack of tally sticks. My new counsellors educated me mercilessly. Grain levies were overdue in the Wye Valley. Mercian raiders had burned the monastery of Iltud, and the Royal Mint in Winchester lacked silver for coin dies. I listened, numb, and when I spoke it was mostly to ask why. Why did a salt tax vary between counties? Why did we tithe fish to Rome when Rome was ashes? Each reason produced new corridors of ignorance for me to explore in secret. Night brought no truce. Merlin, maddeningly serene, met me in the candlelit library of the old Roman basilica. He smelled of peat smoke and elderflower wine. "The crown is a mask, Arthur," he told me while aligning dusty scrolls about irrigation. "Wear it too loosely and it slips, wear it too tightly and it blinds." I wanted instruction, not metaphor, but his lessons remained riddles. He had not taught me to retrieve Excalibur for his amusement. He meant me to retrieve a future no one else dared picture. Sleep refused me. I lay in the solar on wolfskin blankets, listening to the wind whistle through arrow slits, revisiting the moment the blade slid free. The scrape of metal echoed in my memory, akin to a key reluctantly unlocking a locked childhood. My pulse quickened until dawn, and with dawn came fresh petitions. A widow from Gwent begged remission of scutage. A Gaulish mason offered to rebuild the Roman bridge at Venta, if I would guarantee free toll for pilgrims. I granted both, half from pity, half because they cost only my signature. On the 7th day I mounted a nervous mare and rode the perimeter of Caerleon's outer palisade alone. Frost clung to dead bracken, mist curled between apple stumps where orchards had been raised for siege timbers. I thought, this is my acreage of sorrow to tend. Yet I also saw promise, fields where spring barley could root if given peace, kilns that might fire roof tiles instead of slingstones. By the time I reined in, the sun had melted the frost into silver rivulets. Hope, I realised, was a crop that required cultivation as deliberate as wheat. Before evensong, I convened a rookie council of blacksmiths, scribes, and 2 abbots who smelled of vellum glue. I invited them to Birkent and speak first, keen to hear sentences unclouded by flattery. They were shocked into plainness. Smiths wanted charcoal quotas, scribes wanted tariffs on imported papyrus lowered, and abbots wanted safe conduct for pilgrims. I promised nothing, recorded everything. When the assembly disbanded, Sir Kay slapped my shoulder. "You looked like a king," he lied. I felt more like a bucket catching leaks in a storm-patched roof. Still, that night as rain drummed the shutters, I wrote a single line into my ledger. A throne is not a chair, but a question asked daily. In that admission, I finally understood what Merlin had meant. The mask must never harden. The wearer must keep adjusting the fit or risk seeing nothing at all. By the time the crows returned to the battlements, I was ready to ask another question. War councils smelled of damp wool, horse sweat and candle grease. Ours convened on a ridge above the Vale of Dortmore, where Saxon banners glittered like rows of wet scales in the distance. Gawain sketched deployment arcs with a charcoal nub on his buckler's inside. Archers here, heavy spears there, while Lady Gwen Hwyfar read out casualty projections from a carved tablet. In that moment I saw the Round Table not as furniture, but as an algebra. Variables shifting until valour equalled victory with minimum unknowns. We fought at first light, hoarfrost crunching under greaves. Trumpets blew a sour, brassy note that made my teeth hurt. I led Calidor's cavalry wing, 200 destriers snorting steam. Gawain, brilliant and reckless, angled the infantry phalanx 15 degrees off the expected axis. The Saxons misread the feint, plunging into our kill pocket where marshy ground devoured their footing. The real slaughter, though, occurred at the ford of Barn. Kay blocked it with a shield wall 3 men thick, forcing enemy cohorts east where our slingers perched among leaf-bare alders. Stones whistled, helmets dented. By noon the river was pinkish, yet triumph tasted metallic. I walked among the fallen wearing a surgeon's grimace, instructing squires to bind the wounded regardless of allegiance. A captured Saxon boy no older than 12 tried to spit at me but produced only blood. Holding his gaze, I ordered bandages. Mercy is harder than steel. It resists tempering and bends toward fatigue. My captain muttered I was naive. I reminded them that a terrorized enemy often regroups in the dark while a respected one hesitates before recrossing the border. Afterward, we quartered in a half-ruined Roman amphitheatre nearby. The curved seating became crude barracks. Rain filtered through collapsed vaults, pooling in the arena where gladiators once bled under imperial applause. I addressed the fighters from the old emperor's box. What we win in fear we lose in seasons to come. Rule by respect, and we plant hedges no sword can shear. Some nodded, some scoffed, but the words lodged like seeds. The campaign dragged into winter. We learned to move on frozen ground, sledging supplies on ox-drawn travois. My gauntlets cracked from the cold. The smell of pine pitch replaced blossom in my memory. On solstice eve, snow swirling like ghost feathers, I found Merlin alone by a ruined milestone reciting a fragment of Virgil about husbandry. Even empires, he murmured, begin as fences to keep goats from eating winter wheat. I laughed despite fatigue. He never preached, he implied. By spring peace chatter reached us from Saxon envoys. I drafted terms on scraped sheepskin, a boundary set at the limestone ridge, hostages exchanged but treated as honoured guests, and intermarriage encouraged to weld bloodlines. Gawain bristled, wanting a punitive march. Gwen Hwyfar, ever pragmatic, pointed out we lacked surplus grain to feed conquered households. The council split until I invoked the fording scene, how our mercy had softened Saxon resolve. Reluctantly they consented. Signing the treaty took place in a smoky timber hall north of the new border. Both sides brought bards to witness. I clasped forearms with Eldred, a war-cautious alderman whose beard reeked of mead. He muttered, "Your sword could have drunk deeper." I replied, "But your grandchildren will sip cider in orchards we did not burn." His belly laugh rattled roof beams. Alliances sometimes germinate in unexpected soil. In the months after, the Vale of Dortmore greened under truce. I requisitioned stonemasons to repair weirs, reopened Roman causeways and established a bilingual toll house where erstwhile enemies haggled over salt weight using standardized counterstones. Commerce often clinches what diplomacy initiates. Seeing Saxon traders bow to Cymry clerks over tariff receipts thrilled me as much as any martial cheer. Privately I wrestled nightmares, blood-slick reeds, dying boys with accents I barely understood, and my crown dipped in gore. Gwen Wyfar found me pacing ramparts and urged prayer. I preferred ledgers. I tallied war costs, lost ploughshares, orphan stipends, and forced the numbers to speak. They said moderation was cheaper than triumph. They never lied. One damp morning, while Oliver the quartermaster complained about dwindling pitch reserves, a courier arrived bearing a wreath of river reeds from Ildred, to the king who waters peace. I pinned it in the council chamber above our campaign map. Some mocked the rustic token, others touched it like a relic. For me, it represented both a reminder that swords end battles and a recognition that agreements end wars. Thus, my second year of kingship closed not with a coronation feast, but with an accounting ledger and a wreath made by a former foe. I slept soundly that night for the first time since lifting the blade. Camelot was never marble. It was coarse sandstone sweating lichen, scaffolds creaking like old knees. Yet visitors entering its magnificent hall felt something rare, a geometry of fellowship. Round tables, contrary to gossip, are terrible for hierarchy and perfect for candour. My smiths forged a 30-seat monster from oak and riveted iron bands. It smelled of resin and rain on the day we slid it into place. The crack it made across the flagstones felt like a knell tolling for privilege. Within a month, debates at that board ranged from maritime tariffs to whether owls could predict frost. Sir Bedivere cited Alder Ring thickness charts. Dame Rhiannon cross-checked shipping dockets from Cornish ports. Laughter flared, daggers flashed into tabletops for emphasis, but each voice found equal purchase. I learned to moderate like a choirmaster, coaxing melody from opinion. Court politics, I discovered, is less duel than duet. Themes offered, harmonies tested, discord resolved or embraced as counterpoint. Social experiments, however, breed social consequences. My barons grumbled that Franklin farmers now supped alongside them during harvest councils. One sneered that peasants stank of manure. I replied sweetly, "So does the earth we all depend upon." The retort earned silent respect and silent enemies. Soon, anonymous leaflets with still tacky ink accused me of hobnobbing with swineherds while I neglected noble bloodlines. I left the pamphlets tacked to gateposts. Nothing defangs slander like daylight. Domestic alliances formed in subtler currents. Gwen Wyfar established a guild of herbalists, recruiting peasant women whose willow bark tinctures outperformed monastic leechcraft. Knights wounded in jousts found themselves dosed with poultices prepared by hands they once dismissed. Healing, unlike war, proved indifferent to pedigree. Watching the Queen kneel beside a tanner's daughter, grinding sage into salve, reminded me governance can bloom at ground level. Evenings rippled with softer intrigues. Minstrels sang Breton lays, jugglers tossed iron apples, Lancelot, bright as dawn on new steel, led sparring exhibitions that drew appreciative gasps. My admiration for him was a delicate balance. I felt pride in having a fierce comrade, but also unease at the way Gwen Wyfar's eyes shone like moonlight when Lancelot bowed. I told myself trust is stronger than jealousy. My heart argued otherwise in sleepless whispers. I commissioned a scriptorium, hiring Greek copyists formerly marooned in Exeter by piracy. They illuminated legal codices with celadon inks rendering statutes almost luminous. Literacy rates crept upward as stewards demanded to read decrees rather than memorize them. When a reeve from Devon petitioned for the right to cite code in a land dispute and won, the cheers in the hall outshone any tournament roar. Words became both weapons and shields, and every child who learned to etch letters into wax inherited a small amount of power. Religion, that restless fox, prowled our henhouse. Rome's emissaries urged higher tithes. Druids insisted the spring equinox remain a feast day. My compromise, dual calendars, The offerings did not fully satisfy either sect, but they helped to prevent riots. Unity, I learned, is not homogeneity. It is the artful overlap of dissimilar circles. Merlin called it interlaced sovereignty, like Celtic knotwork where strands meet, part, and meet again without severing. Still, frictions sparked. When a knight struck a serf for stepping on his cloak, I hauled the offender before the round table and fined him triple the annual grain tribute he collected. Outrage roared among old families. Peasants toasted in cider lofts. Justice, though blind, is rarely silent. Between crises I sought quiet with Gwen Wyfar in the orchard courtyard, where our first apple crop dangled. She confessed fear. Of plague, invasion, and her childlessness. I confessed fear of a kingdom buoyed by my charisma rather than structural strength. Charisma dies, she said. So do kings. We resolved to embed redundancies, delegate treasury to 3 co-stewards, rotate militia captains quarterly, and copy archive scrolls in triplicate. We decided to govern by scaffolding, not by personality. One amber dusk, troubadours rehearsed a ballad calling me Rex Quondam, Rex Futurus, the once and future king. The phrase sent a cold shiver along my spine. Legends petrify living men into symbols. Symbols risk shattering under inquiry. I walked out before they could finish, and spent the night in the smithy helping sharpen scythes for harvest volunteers. Sparks bit my sleeves, iron rang in my bones. Real kingship, I reminded myself, smelled not of incense but of hot metal and tough questions. As autumn fog muffled Camelot, I watched ravens pinwheel over parapets. Their calls sounded like quarrels from a distance, like counsel at close range. I listened for patterns, hoping that amidst the cause and counsel squabbles, I could still discern the rhythm of the realm, chaotic, diverse and vibrant. Love, when braided with rulership, frays at stress points. I learned the truth the night Gwenhwyfar failed to return from Vespers. Lantern in hand, I combed the cloisters until dawn, finding only footprints and stone-cold beeswax. She reappeared at sunrise, cloak damp, claiming prayer had carried her beyond time. I believed her until a squire whispered of Lancelot's horse seen tethered near the aqueduct ruins. Jealousy can outpace any charger. That morning I presided over petitions with iron politeness, but parchment edges shredded under my grip. Rumours possess a multifaceted nature. A spilled cup in the refectory became proof of an adulterous pact. A misfiled stable roster mutated into clandestine rendezvous. I addressed none directly, hoping discretion might starve speculation. Instead, it fattened. Lancelot avoided my gaze during lance drills. Gwenhwyfar busied herself in the herb garden, eyes rimmed red. Merlin, sensing fracture, suggested a pilgrimage to St. Albans for conjugal renewal. I nearly laughed. Miracles of the sacred spring would not mend brittle trust. War interrupted scandal. Pictish raids harried our northern garrisons, forcing a muster at Hadrian's broken wall. In frigid drizzle I marched alongside Lancelot, sharing campfire silence as men sharpened seax blades. On the eve of engagement, he finally spoke. "My loyalty is yours," he whispered, his voice as raw as peat smoke. I wished he had said affection or even desire, words that might name the shadow between us. Instead, loyalty, that slippery coin, rolled into darkness. Battle against the Picts proved brutal but brief. Their skirmishers scattered after our heavy horse flanked them through misty birch copses. The victory did not alleviate my emotions. On return I found Gwenhwyfar pale and fevered. She had miscarried, a secret child I'd never known she carried. Grief welded us strangely. We wept together beneath quilts while rain scratched the shutters like quills scripting tragedy. Suspicion for a while drowned beneath shared loss. Court, however, has no patience for the private mourning. Accusers soon hissed that the lost babe bore not Pendragon blood but Lancelot's. In fury I convened a closed tribunal, Gawain, Morgan, and Dame Rhiannon as adjudicators. Evidence proved vaporous, testimony coloured by envy. The panel dismissed charges, yet acquittal cannot erase insinuation. Lancelot requested leave for solitary penance. Gwenhwyfar prayed daily in the chapel's darkest niche. A hairline crack in the kingdom's foundation spread like frost under paint. Politics sensed weakness. Mordred, my nephew fostered at court, began cultivating malcontents, dispossessed barons and debt-burdened merchants. His rhetoric skewered my egalitarian reforms. Arthur feeds peasants but starves chivalry. Listening from behind a tapestry, I recognised hunger in his tone, not for justice but for my throne. Betrayal by blood weighed heavier than adultery's rumour. Yet I hesitated. Public reprimand might martyr him. I sought Merlin's counsel at midnight under a sky brazed by aurora. He traced constellations in the frost on the parapet. "A king must prune to save the orchard," he said, "but not all blossoms you sever are weeds." His riddles, once charming, now exhausted me. I snapped, speak plainly." He touched my shoulder, weightless, pitying. "Find the true root," he answered, "or rot will claim trunk and fruit alike." The next day I ordered a tournament to channel courtly aggression. Jousts clanged, banners snapped, and the populace roared approval. Lancelot, newly returned, unseated every challenger until only Mordred remained. Their final pass ended in a splintering collision. Mordred toppled, Lancelot's lance buried in turf. Cheers erupted, but Mordred rose grinning, blood on his lip. "Behold your champion," he called to the stands, "friend to queen and king alike." Applause faltered. Suspicion rekindled. The acclaim seemed to exile Lancelot as he bowed stiffly and left the field. That evening I stared into a silver basin, watching torchlight ripple across water like molten doubt. Choices presented themselves like duelists: expose the affair and risk civil fracture, swallow pride and risk moral decay, or punish rumour and risk tyranny. None felt royal, all felt human. In the end I chose delay, believing time could cauterize wounds. History would call that indecision. Yet in that moment I was still the boy of 17, a crown too big, calculating that love, even bruised, was lighter to bear than bloodshed. I clasped the circlet, straightened my spine, and prepared for whatever scabbard destiny would draw next. Not every saga of rule is wrought in steel. Many unfold in barley. 3 summers after the Pictish affair, drought crisped the Midlands. Streams shrank to pebble staircases, and sheep nibbled dust. My granary ledgers bled red ink. Famine is a slower blade than war, but kills as surely. I summoned economists, though we lacked that word, for emergency counsel. Gawain, pragmatic as ever, advised seizing surplus from hoarding barons. Gwen Wyfar proposed seed grants and communal mills. Lancelot, recently returned from self-imposed exile, offered to escort relief convoys. Amid logistical squabbling, a monk named Galen arrived bearing tales of a relic, a chalice reputed to refill inexhaustibly, a grail. He claimed it lay hidden in the ruined valley of Anar, guarded by faith rather than fortification. Hungry people, overhearing, seized upon myth, the way parched lips cling to dream water. Soon pilgrims clogged crossroads, abandoning ploughs and plumb lines to search holy gullies. Grain yields plummeted further. I recognized danger. Scarcity breeds credulity. Credulity begets chaos. Yet I also recognized narrative power. Merlin once said stories are scaffolds humans climb to reach outcomes reason alone cannot fetch. So I sanctioned an exploratory quest, not to chase miracles but to restore focus. Lancelot would lead, Galen would guide, I would underwrite supplies. Behind closed doors I told them, return with truth, not talisman. Truth sells dearer in famine. They departed in midsummer while I remained to wrestle spreadsheets of oats versus population. I dispatched riders to confiscate hoards at cost plus 10%, a fair premium. Barons balked, K enforced, wagons rolled. At night I walked incognito through village alehouses, listening to whispers. Some cursed me as a grain thief. Others blessed me for flatbread still warm in ash ovens. Approval, I learned, is never unanimous. Effective policy courts equal praise and scorn. Meanwhile, Gwenwyfar organised spinning circles where idle hands produced linen to trade for imported rye. The queen who once orchestrated lute recitals now bartered thread counts against caloric yield. Her eyes lost some brightness but gained steadiness. Partnership, we discovered anew, could transcend romance. In autumn, the questing party returned, gaunt, mud-streaked and empty-handed. They found no grail. Instead, they discovered a collapsed monastery library where architectural fragments indicated that Roman aqueduct channels had rerouted spring water underground. Galen wept. His faith cracked. Lancelot knelt. A slab of marble etched with Latin, reading Aqueducta vivificat, drawn water brings life, was proffered before me. We found an engineering marvel, he murmured, not a miracle. I hugged him publicly, declaring the inscription a holy message directing us to practical salvation. We mobilised masons to rehabilitate those subterranean channels. When water surfaced again in frost-stiff fields, Galen proclaimed it sign enough. Pilgrims returned to ploughs. Barley germinated in resurrected soil. Famine abated not by chalice but by limestone, leverage and labour. Still, bards sang of a grail uncovered. Hope prefers cup imagery to culverts. I let the myth stand. If people sleep easier, believing Providence favoured them, let them dream. The grain crisis taught me economics is theology wrapped in numbers. To feed bodies, we must first feed belief that tomorrow's loaf exists. Without that trust, coin hoards vault upward like drawbridges, cutting off circulation. The Round Table issued the first bread depository notes, parchment chits guaranteeing a fixed ration redeemable in any county granary. Some scholars called it proto-currency. Peasants called it Arthur's word. In either tongue, famine loosened its grip. During the harvest festival, I addressed the gathered throng beneath bundled sheaves stacked like copper obelisks. The grail we sought, I said, proved to be the will to work together. Sceptical grunts mixed with cheers, but I sensed a new tone in the crowd, a spark of civic confidence. Legends may spark action, yet outcomes are rooted in the tangible. My realm learned that year how infrastructure can masquerade as a miracle if narrated properly. When the revels subsided, Gwen Hwyfar and I walked the orchard path under lanterns. We spoke no word of Lancelot or miscarriage, only of next year's seed strains and the colour of dawn on ripening grain. We discovered that peace was as quotidian and delicate as spider silk woven across plough furrows, easily broken, readily rewoven. In my journal, I recorded the observation that a king is half granary clerk and half storyteller. Forget either half, and the kingdom starves. Merlin later read the line, chuckled, and pronounced it the truest magic I would ever wield. Prosperity irritates complacent adversaries. 5 winters after the drought, Norse longships knifed into 7 estuaries, disgorging warriors armoured in bear pelts. Their raids threatened our trade arteries. I mobilised a coalition. Cymri slingers, Anglian bowmen, and Saxon auxiliaries bound by the old Dortmore Treaty. Even Mordred, aging into statesman-like gravity, pledged spearmen. Our muster at Dyffryn Clwyd was the largest Britain had seen in generations. On the eve of battle, a red storm birthed thunderhead anvils that blotted out stars. Superstitious murmurs surged. I convened the army around beacon fires and spoke not of divine mandate but of shared markets, shared marriages, and shared bread. Who here eats grain milled beyond his parish? Hands rose. Who drinks cider pressed by folk with foreign grandmothers? More hands. Then you already fight together every harvest. Tomorrow only formalises what you practice. Silence. A thoughtful one answered. Combat exploded at dawn. Norse berserkers bellowed under horn blasts, rushing our vanguard like river ice. My centre buckled. I rode the perimeter, rallying foot archers into wedge formation. Bedivere redirected reserves through willow scrub to flank their shield wall. The rain slicked the helms and the clay sucked the boots. I witnessed death up close, a flute-voiced page skewered through lungs, a Pictish mercenary slipping on entrails, and a priest clutching a splintered crucifix like a cudgel. War's indiscriminate appetite never altered. Mid-melee, I locked eyes with the Norse Jarl, a giant crowned by a raven helm. He charged, axe screeching against my shield, driving me backwards until Excalibur caught the haft and sheared it. Sparks showered, his helm skewed, exposing startled blue irises. Before I could finish, a Saxon ally intercepted with a spear thrust. The Jarl fell. Victory pivoted in that flicker, a coalition's blade saving a king who once viewed Saxons only as foemen. Irony tastes metallic indeed. By dusk, the surviving enemies fled toward the surf, leaving behind a silence filled with death. Our dead lay interlaced, no regard for ethnicity, just stillness. I ordered a shared burial mound, no segregation by tribe, and inscribed a lintel. They sowed defence, we reap tomorrow. Some scoffed at the sentimentality, yet I needed living minds to remember costs. That night, huddled under rain-patched canvas, I felt an old wound near my ribs throb like a metronome. Gwen Hwyfar sat beside me, her hand steadying the poultice. We said little, understanding conversation would garnish exhaustion with regret. Out beyond tent walls, bards tuned lyres to weave victory into oral tapestry before grief cooled. Legend works fastest on fresh blood. Mordred approached at dawn, helmet under arm, expression unreadable. He congratulated me, yet something in his posture, too straight, too silent, troubled me. Rumour later whispered he coveted the admiration my battlefield survival commanded. I made a mental note. Watch the nephew whose smile revealed more teeth than warmth. We returned to Camelot trailing wagons of wounded. Cheers greeted us, but eyes quickly flicked to casualty carts. Triumphs age rapidly when widows count absences. I declared a fortnight of mourning before any celebration, and the court accepted this decision. However, merchants were concerned about the potential loss of revenue. In council, we moved to fortify estuary beacons, create river patrols, and negotiate neutrality pacts with Danish settlements. Strategy matured. Not conquer, but discourage. The kingdom's fabric, now densely woven, discouraged single-thread repairs. Weeks later, Merlin, gaunt, cough-ridden, visited my solar. He traced campaign maps with a shaking finger, pronouncing the realm near its zenith. I asked, "What follows zenith?" He answered, "Shadow, unless vigilance burns like a second dawn." He then placed a raven feather on my desk. "Ravens remember kindness but feast on complacency," he said, departing before I framed a response. I stared long at that feather. Had complacency already nested in my council? Mordred's stiff congratulations replayed. Gwen Hwyfar's lingering sadness remained unresolved. Lancelot's loyalty persisted, yet felt fragile. Victory, paradoxically, highlighted the fractures that success had only partially sealed. Victory, similar to forged steel, is hard yet susceptible to hidden cracks caused by the quenching process. Still, I slept that night, content that the realm endured. On the window ledge, the raven feather quivered in the breeze. I dreamt I planted it in soil, and it sprouted into a black-leaved tree, casting complicated shade. When I woke, dawn pulled gold on the horizon, indifferent yet generous. The kingdom breathed for now. Peace unravelled 3 years later, not by foreign sail, but by domestic ambition. Mordred, bolstered by disaffected nobles and whispers of my failing vigour, declared the realm should move from sentimental roundness to firm, straight lines. His manifestos, crisp vellum, gold ink, decried my tolerance as weakness and my mixed counsels as corruption of lineage. Older knights shrugged, younger captains listened. Momentum tilts kingdoms. I confronted Mordred in the council hall. The air smelled of damp rushes and old tallow. He argued succession law, claiming Pendragon blood entitled him to regency, while I convalesced from battle fatigue. My anger sharpened my voice, leading me to label him as an oathbreaker. Yet I hesitated to order an arrest. Family and precedent tangled my judgment. That hesitation granted him nightfall to abscond north with 300 lancers, the treasury's reserve gold, and a captive, Gwen Hwyfar. The pursuit culminated at Camlan's mist-shrouded plain. The rain fell heavily. Our armies formed up under a slate sky, transforming the round table ideal into a geometric horror. Before the charge, I attempted parley. I offered exile and a stipend in Armorica. Mordred laughed, calling me a relic. We clashed. Battle consumed vision and hearing until only pulse remained. I found Mordred amid briar thickets, red plumes soaked. Words failed. Swords spoke. His style mirrored mine, tempered by resentment. We traded blows until Excalibur cleaved his shield. He lunged at me, wielding iron in both fists, and stabbed my thigh. Pain detonated behind my eyes, but I pivoted Excalibur upward into his cuirass. The sword lodged in bone, his breath exited like extinguished bellows. He whispered, "Round ends here," then collapsed, pulling my balance with him. I tore the blade free, but I staggered as my thigh wound gushed warmth into the mud. Chaos ebbed by dusk. Both armies, leaderless, withdrew in wounded whimpers. I lay under thorny hawthorn, rain stinging the wound. Gwen Hwyfar found me hours later, face streaked with ash. She pressed linen, tears mixing with blood. Lights blurred, her voice sounded like surf on a distant shore. I felt softness, perhaps Lancelot's cloak cover me. Someone wept the old Breton lament reserved for harvest deaths. They ferried me to Avalon's marshy isle, accompanied by Merlin and 3 cloaked priestesses. Night herons shrieked overhead. In a reed-roofed hospice I hovered between sleep and echo. Merlin murmured, "Kings do not die, they redistribute into stories." I wanted to ask about grain reserves and treaty renewal, mundane legacies, but speech faltered. Gwen Hwyfar squeezed my hand, the first uncomplicated gesture in years. At dawn's haze I instructed Bedivere to return Excalibur to the lake. Twice he balked, unwilling to discard legend. The third time he hurled the blade into the mist. A silver arm, they say, rose to claim it. I never witnessed it, yet I believe some objects deserve mythic custody once human hands exhaust them. Breath thinned. I recalled frost on my first crown morning, the wreath of reeds from Eldred, the grain vouchers, children's scribbling letters, Saxon traders bowing at toll houses, Gwen Hwyfar's herb guild, and Lancelot's spear snapping on Mordred's shield. None of it is perfect, but all of it is real. I hoped history would keep at least fragments intact. As the skylight brightened, I released Gwen Hwyfar's fingers. She kissed my temple, murmuring forgiveness neither of us fully understood. Merlin whispered the final riddle. The once and future king. Not a promise of bodily return, but a warning that any generation may need to wear responsibility anew. I exhaled, tasting apple blossom carried on a salt breeze. When consciousness lifted, I saw not gates of paradise, but a vast round table of faceless figures debating drought relief and treaty clauses. I smiled. Work continues. The vision receded. Silence arrived. Coda, chronicle of the Ledger King monks who recorded the Camelin ruin, would later puzzle over the scarcity of gold loot. Gwen Hwyfar had secretly donated treasury bars to rebuild the hamlets that had been displaced. Lancelot vanished into hermitage, copying agricultural treatises for posterity. The Round Table burned in a later siege, yet charcoal shards discovered centuries later bore scratches of early property law. Legends took shape in other places, transforming my identity into a romantic ideal. That is acceptable. Let songbirds have the shiny fragments while archivists hold the ledgers. If you, ambitious reader, seek guidance from my experiences, consider this. Kingship, parenting, project management, marriage, and citizenship all require a similar approach. Knees unlocked, centre of gravity forward, one question always ahead. What does the next dawn require? Ask it each morning, crown or no crown. Then lift whatever sword, ledger or ladle the work demands, and remember grain sometimes matters more than grails.